just to greet and to make the announcement that for those who are not aware, breakfast is served on this side of the hall. We will be commencing with the program in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Lesotho. Shall we please give them a round of applause? This is how we officially open this Teaching and Learning Festival in 2026. I'm going to read you a poem in Sesotho. Akere Unisa is advocating for multilingualism. So I'm going to read it in Sesotho, tongue in cheek, and I can consult afterwards regarding the message contained in it at this table when I have read. Bring your mula, then you shall get the message. Tse monate diqaqadi. batho ke bao ba Basotho ba qhwaetse dikobo, maaparakobo a matle ebile e le baqapi. Ke ba hlahang quthing, qala botjhwa le qoqolosing. Ba tla ba behisitse ba kgathetse ebile ba qhiletsa. Ba nyoloha thaba di mahlwa ke tjho hona qwaqwa. Ba tla ba hatsetse ebile ba qhaqhasela. Ba ya qoqopela le hona ho qhomaqhoma. Mosuwehlooho le Nkabula, serutei se qhoshitseng, ke tjho yena Ausi Puleng, dipere o di qhanollotse. Ka catalytic niche areas, o a re qoqela. A habula o monate wa seqhaqhabola motoho. Ha ho kgang Unisa ke yona qhobosheane. Unisa ho sebetsa dinatla, diqhenqha tse qhefolang, maqhwahadi a qhibidiha, le qhafutseka. Ke qholotso nthwena e qheqhebisang. Being expected to write articles, ha re qabolehe. Writing articles, re duletse ho qamakana. Re ngola re hlakola, re bile re qapodisakana. Bangodi boko bo a qeqebolotseha. Nnete balekodi bona ba a qhekella. Dibuka re a di bala, sa ntja metsi e a qapha. Increasing research outputs ha ho qenehelo. Submitting to accredited journals re a qothisana. Ho phahamisa research rating ya Unisa re a qobelleha. Puleng modula qhoa o re qhaqholla o re qhithi ya kgaola ya.
Dumelang. A re simolleng gape, a re simolleng gape. Dumelang. Le kae? A re teng. Ke motlhaping wa ga Molehe, o moleo o mphete kokobolo tlhapi kgolo e ntsho. E sa tshwarwe ke monna a sa bofa letheka la borukgwe. Tlhware ya go bolawa ke mosadi banna ba e tshaba. O irile mokwepa, o folele dikgomo tsa batlhaping. A tsoga ka makuku, a pa motogwana ka tsa basadi, a ya ko dikgomo di shwetseng teng. Ya re ya moloma ya wela mo motogong, ya shwela teng, a kwa mokgosi banna ba tla ba taboga ba re ba tlo go mo thusa, ba mo itlhela ikhasitse ka ena mo lethekeng. Ba re ba mo nnela bokgosi a bogana ro tshaba boloi. Ba bo nnela borammere. Halala batlhaping, halala. I start with this greeting because of the particular social ontology that I operate from, and I draw from the well of those who came before me. Ramo Khobi Ramose introduces a very interesting and helpful framework for understanding tumediso ya Batswana, tumediso ya Basotho, le tumediso ya Bapedi. Ha re dumelang. What is in a greeting? Well, ha ke re dumelang, it does not matter whether I am speaking to you in the singular or it is many of you. I'm not using the plural because I'm speaking to many people. Or rather, I am, except it's not the people you might expect it is. We are talking about the ontotriadic reality of being. Ha ke re dumelang, I greet you and your living family. I greet your ancestors and I greet those who are to be born. The reason why it is that I had to subtend my greeting with the introduction ya leboko la batlhaping is so that you understand, you have the story of where my people come from with that. But this word is in the imperative. Ha ke re dumelang, it is an invitation, it is an instruction. Vumani bo. That is what I am inviting you into. it is an invocation, right? How ntumedisa o dumela o re dumelang, right? Le wena wa dumela. And I love the double meaning of this word. It can mean agree, it can also mean believe. Believe in what is the question? Well, the second move of the greeting is where we get the answer to that. Le kae? Where are you? Well, that is not an inquiry into your whereabouts. I can see you le teng, but ha ke re le kae, it is an invitation for you to affirm your ontological density, but not just your own, but that of your ancestors and that of those who are to be born. There is an onto-triadic weight that comes to asking that question. Le kae? Wa dumela hore re teng le kae? Le nna ke dumele ke reng? Re teng. So let us start again with an appreciation of the spiritual weight of what we do when we greet. Let us start again with a respect for that which happens when we greet. It's a divination, it's an invitation of those who we carry with us, both our ancestors and those who are to be born. Dumelang. Le kae? Le nna ke teng. Thank you very much. I was flying blind. I was moving with the spirit, or the spirits, if I may say. So I hope that we all have our programs with us. At this moment, having opened the sacred space that we have, we now need the elders to do the throat clearing work, right? So that we can have legitimacy for this event. And I'd like to invite our mother and our leader and our supporter. And I say those words not speaking lightly, but from real experience. Prof, welcome.
Sanbonan, I'm following on what our program directors did. Let me see, Udok, whether I can follow your. Anyway. Okay, so colleagues, I'm doing the CHS signature where we are doing the roll call. If I greet you, I need a response. Okay. Goeiemorgen. Abshen. Ndimacheron. Sanbonan. Molong. Jambo. Salam alaikum. Okay, let's hope. Yeah, we tried. We are a college that appraises multilingualism. It's my pleasure and gratitude to welcome you all to this event, which is our CHS Teaching and Learning Festival. We appreciate your support as the College of Human Sciences. I could see some CODs are present here. We really appreciate your presence and all of you. We are here to celebrate academic staff members who promote innovation, who remind us of student support, who also assist us in being creative in how we teach and support our students. And then I just check 2 words to welcome you. I first check competence, Because in order for you to deliver and do exactly what is expected, you need to be competent in whatever you do. So it says, I'm happy the English lecturers are here, they're going to correct me. Competence is the ability to do something effectively and efficiently. So the colleagues that are going to witness today, they demonstrated to the adjudicators that they understood the theme, they understood also the criteria that need to be followed. Because when we say Teaching and Learning Festival, we are talking about excellence. I went again and checked exactly what is excellence. It is the quality of being outstanding, of being eminently good, and also of being surpassing standard expectation. How we see this excellence, we see with the consistency in how you engage with your teaching and learning expectations. We also look into the growth that you demonstrate in your module. We also look into the value editing means in your excellence. You also look in how you exceed the baseline requirements, which is something we always ask when you score yourself a 4. And I ask you, you are a 3. Demonstrate to me, why must I give you a 4? I want to see the person who is exceeding the baseline requirements, who is delivering more than what is expected in a given endeavor. So I said, I just want to give you these 2 ways so that when we leave this room, you'll remember that Prof. Kosi spoke about competence and she spoke about excellence, because these are the 2 values that I want to carry when I engage my students. May I thank our program directors. Sometimes they say you do the thanks at the end, but because I'm not going to stay with you till 2 o'clock, I just want to thank, because they did not even introduce themselves. We've got Dr. Mokuane de Lemaseo. She's a senior lecturer in Department of African Languages. And then we've got Mr. Obakeng, who is a lecturer in the Department of Systematic Theology. I would love to thank the organizing committee, because we are here today because of them. And then I think there's a person who's going to introduce our keynote speaker, Prof. Prinola Govenden. Thank you very much, Prof, for taking your time out of your busy schedule and come to engage the College of Human Sciences. And then our respondent, our own, Ms. Zandi Khadebe from the Department of Political Sciences. And then colleagues, thank you very much from all the teams that are going to shine today, because they are raising the CHS flag. From here, they are going to the university, university higher competition, and I know they will make us proud. And then we've got teams that are going to be introduced by Prof. Kabangani, who is the head of teaching, who is the head of quality assurance. Then we're going to have the teams, and then we are going to have our adjudicators who are going to explain to us on how they did. And I must acknowledge Dr. Singh from the Department of English and other adjudicators who are present. Colleagues, I'm sure now we are used to Prof. Kosi. Her welcome is just 5 minutes. I welcome you all. Let's give ourselves a round of applause.
All right. Okay, what a wonderful presentation. One of the things that I enjoy about Prof. Ngosi and some other people who are above P4 is that they don't indulge too much in the fact of the authority they have, and they respect the time that we have, and we thank you for that. The next item on the program is Prof. Tlhabangana's item, and I would like to invite her to come around, and she will be giving us an overview as has been stated on the program. Prof, welcome.
I will not go on to exhibit the P level that I'm supposed to be at. Colleagues, I feel the weight of this moment but I know that you are rooting for us because this implicates all of us one way or the other. Let me greet properly. Indeed, greeting where we come from is not an idle business. We take it very seriously. And I come from Soweto. We say Chovito, yes. And one of the things that I appreciate, having left the dusty streets of Soweto and the concrete jungle thereof, where I used to walk in a particular way to symbolize this Chovito spirit that I was born and bred into, was the weight of greeting, the decoloniality movement of this college that is known throughout the world for the seismic work that they galvanized, taught me the weight of greeting. And indeed, this invitation to say Legai is also about saying, where in the cosmos are you at? Where in your spirits are you at? And when you say reading, you are committing to being here, not just in body, but also in spirit. You are committing to the good faith that is being extended because, of course, the program is yet to unfold. You don't know what it is that you are being invited to, but you take for granted in the spirit of Ubuntu that what you are being invited to will do you no harm. We don't do harm as a matter of course. And it is really the spirit through which the Academic Quality Assurance and Enhancement Unit of the College of Human Sciences has sought to inflect this space. So, Kitloleboza, Leapila. Nesaphila, basebetsi ha mmoho le teng. I-festival le nto le. I-festival le nto le. Yes, yeah. We like playing. We don't take ourselves seriously. We don't take the P levels seriously because all work and no play. We know what it does. So, colleagues, mine really is to set the context, to say that this is a flagship program of the university. The stakes are very high, as what Prof. Ngosi has alluded to. The stakeholders, our students who for some reason are seated in the hinter places of the space when they should be left, right, and center to quality assure us, do depend on us reflecting and introspecting, taking the time to pause, to really celebrate this big mandate that we have, not only of teaching and learning, but actually that amounts to and translates to shaping the futures that we can be proud of. So this is an annual endeavor on our part, which starts at college level and culminates in September at the institutional level. It is on a rotational basis that colleges are invited to come up with a theme. So the theme that we are congregating around, from which the keynote speech and everything else will issue, was proposed by the colleges of accounting science, SPL, School of Business Leadership, as well as CAMS, Economic Management Sciences. And the theme, colleagues, let me remind you, is reimagining teaching and learning in a digital future excellence, integrity, and inclusive in CODeL. So it is a mouthful, colleagues, that we hope will stay faithful to one way or the other. The categories that are therein entailed are also in the program. So over the years, we have had different departments come which says to us that everyone is holding their end of the stick, and they do have the courage of conviction to come and share their best practices with us. Some colleges are coming more than once, which says that word of mouth does stand us in good stead. And we wish to acknowledge all of that, colleagues, in light of everything else that you are trusted with, but you still take the time and stay the course. We know that so many colleagues raise their hand at the very beginning, but there's a high rate of attrition as I suppose the wheel hits the tar. But for staying the course, we really want to commend you, colleagues. We hope that one way or the other, there will be something for every one of us to take from this. In particular, we do want to talk about transformation, because the mandate that was given to us without fear or favor by the very students who animate our every endeavor was to say we need to see them better, we need to respond to them better. And as such, we do hope that that particular angle of our reflections will show up and allow us to grow as a college towards this excellence that Prof. Ngozi was talking about. This is truly not the end of it. Our goal as the Quality Assurance and Enhancement Unit is to see the colleagues publish from this work, this painstaking work. It is a lot of work that went into the background that will be showcased this morning. And we hope that the departments, the chairs of departments and colleagues will support towards publishing many of the thoughts that we know we are trailblazers in, that we know we are ground breakers in, pathfinders in, precisely because we take this time to pause and introspect and think deeply about what it is that we do in support of our students, what it is that we offer as a way towards shaping these futures that are spoken about. So we look forward, colleagues, to a robust engagement and a colorful one, and we really do depend on your participation to make this as festive and colorful as possible. It is not on my sole account that I stand this morning. There's a lot of work that goes into this, colleagues. A lot of I's to dot and a lot of T's to cross. The administrative work that comes into it is staggering. The support work that goes into it is staggering. I could not have done it by myself. I'm merely representing the team that comprises of Wilmont Gerse. I don't see him. Wilmont, you will know, the participants, the nominees will know that he's highly responsive and does so responsibly, as well as our new edition administrator, Tabisile Skosana, who is in fact growing our own timber student associated with the Department of Political Sciences. I don't see her as well. But we also have Patrick, who's visiting us, whom we are very proud to have mentored to heights that he's now assuming. So we wish to acknowledge all this work that has come into this, and we really hope that the questions that we ask are questions that will really move the dial further one way or the other. Let's enjoy, colleagues. Let's what is it? Pull your head. Your head. Let your head down. Do that thing that you imagine that Sowetan's do. Thank you.
Wishing to you, wishing would let you, but don't be we love you. In boy, in him, she, I love you. Super romantic, the killer, in there. She, we, the guy, he, was in the
Please go ahead. Introductions and perhaps another item.
Good morning, everyone. We are session friends from the UNISA Music Foundation, and we are also open for bookings, wedding, graduations. We're gonna give you the best sound you've ever heard. As we're gonna be rendering another item.
English say, if music, something is full of love, then play on. Play on, Helen. Thank you so much. I have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker as well as the respondent. And our keynote speaker is Prof. Prinola Govenden, who is the UNESCO Chair in Cultural Inclusivity and Equity in Digital Media in Africa from 2026 to 2030. She is an associate professor in the Department of Communication and Media, Faculty of Humanities at the University of Johannesburg. She has also a forthcoming book called Power, Race, and Class in the Post-Apartheid Print Media, Black Economic Empowerment in 30 Years of Democracy. This book is published by HSRC Press. Her academic work regularly features in magazines, newspapers, radio, TV, and online media. Prof. Govenden also has over 11 years of academic experience in the higher education sector. Since 2024, Prof. Govenden has been appointed on the editorial board of the Scopus Accredited Communication South African Journal for Theory and Research as its associate editor. In 2024, she was also appointed by the Secretary General of the South African National Commission for UNESCO, NETCOM, to serve on the UNESCO committee. The Information for All program that supports member states in fostering equitable societies through promoting universal access to information and knowledge for sustainable development. She has also spearheaded media innovation partnerships and programs with MTN, Africa's biggest communication operator, where the University of Johannesburg is the official South African university host. And this is called the MTN Media Innovation Program. Also with MTN Nigeria and Penn Atlantic University in Nigeria, as well as the MTN Penn African Media, it's a repetition, apologies for that. Can we please give a round of applause to Prof. Prinola Govenden as she approaches? As she approaches, I will also read the bio of Ms. Zandisiwe Kgorong. Ms. Sandisiwe Kgorong is an activist scholar and doctoral candidate in the Department of Political Sciences at the University of South Africa. Her research is situated at the intersection of memory, liberation, and identity, with a focus on Azanian liberation philosophy, decolonial thought, and Africana-Azanian womanist theory and praxis. Her doctoral work specifically examines the Black House Collective as a paradigm for decolonizing power and knowledge and being. Beyond academia, Ms. Kgorong is the co-founder and director of the Black House Collective, a Soweto-based movement led by young Black women. The collective is dedicated to advancing a decolonial Black consciousness and Pan-Africanist agenda through community organizing and intellectual activism. Her work is defined by a profound commitment to bridging scholarly inquiry with lived experience. She is currently completing her doctoral studies while navigating the multifaceted roles of researcher, community leader, and mother to 3 children, including Amawel. Shall we please give a round of applause to Ms. Sandisiwe Kgorong? Womandla, awethu.
This. Can I close this and put my laptop? Yeah.
Present using the laptop.
No, no presentation. No, I'm just speaking. Oh, is that what it was for? Right.
It's fine.
Begin. Good morning, everyone. I'm an English lecturer to our dean, so allow me to do my keynote in English. I just want to begin by observing a bit of protocol and also thanking everyone for the incredible hospitality. I came in here a bit wary. I'm like, I'm an outsider at another university doing a keynote, but I feel quite at home. I think I don't want to go to Johannesburg. So I want to thank Professor Kgorong and Wilmont and the rest of your team. I was greeted with such hospitality. Last night, I even got an email saying that I can have my own personal escort from the parking to here in case I get lost. So I don't take that for granted. So I know. So thank you so much to your team. And also, it's very clear in the little time that I've been here, I've gotten a bit of a feel about what the College of Human Science is about. Clearly and very excitingly, you put an emphasis on multilingualism, decoloniality, which really excites me because it's the topic of our newly awarded chair. And it's clearly also about excellence, and it's also quite spicy. I'm hearing about the P and the P4s, which I really love. So let me begin by observing protocol. Thank you so much to the program directors, Dr. Makuani and Mr. Africa, also to your executive dean, Professor Nkosi, who I had the pleasure of meeting and getting to know earlier. Professor Sia Tiali, Director of the College of Human Sciences, who I got this invite through. Professor Tiali and I, funny story, we did our PhDs from another university that we are both not currently employed by, which our Vice Chancellor at UJ calls the university with the blue carpet down the road. You can guess which university that is. Also, to the other College of Human Sciences esteemed departmental representatives, such as from the Department of Political Sciences, my respondent, you're going to have your hands full, because Sia will tell you I talk a lot. And I like to talk. From the Department of Social Work, Department of English Studies, Department of Health Studies, Department of Psychology. I also extend my warmest congratulations to all the award recipients today. After all the emails, the student queries, the fights, the WhatsApps, why are you not replying to me? Today is your day. Absolutely warm congratulations. I think also being a teacher in this generation is special, right? We teach Gen Z students, and I've tried to argue with my HOD that needs just a KPI on its own, teaching Gen Z students. But you're also teaching Gen Z students in the age of AI, and what some have called the AI generation gap, which is basically us, the old people, teaching the young people. And this is no small feat. Recently, the OpenAI CEO, Sam Altman, described this AI generation gap, saying that older people like us use ChatGPT as a Google replacement, whereas people in their 20s and 30s, which is most of us, not in this room, use it as a life advisor. Therefore, I assume today's award winners are the woke ones, the ones who have managed to bridge this AI generation gap. And really thank you for your excellence, your innovation, and for centering our students, a key pillar of the 21st century university, along with research and societal impacts such as thought leaderships, events such as today, and often teaching becomes a trade-off in the favor of the other two pillars. Can we give them a hand, please, in advance? Okay. As mentioned, you all know I'm from another university. However, for me, this invite truly speaks to the collegiality I've experienced at UNISA since I started permanently in an academic position at UJ. UNISA is actually one of my strongest university collaborators. As mentioned, I also sit on the board of the Comunicatio Journal, which is actually a UNISA journal. And I've really found working with UNISA very beneficial, and it's been quite a wonderful experience. I'm also proud that many of my past students who I taught at the university with the blue carpet are employed by UNISA in the communication science department. On to my keynote. Today, my keynote is entitled Towards Teaching for Indigenous Humanistic Futures in Artificial Intelligence, exploring the coexistence of the decolonial pedagogy, Ubuntu pedagogy, and Freire's pedagogy of love. I view this keynote with two intentions. Today, I have an opportunity to teach the teachers in the room. I also aim to challenge you to reflect individually and within your particular domains on, for you, where is the intersection of AI, humanity, and indigenous knowledges? Where does that intersection lie? And how can you balance it better? And how can you expand it more excellently? Let me give you an example why balance is important. One of our university international partners in China are regarded as the AI university in China. It is a Sino-British university. And because they are moving at bullet train speed with technological innovation and teaching. However, they told me recently that they have fallen behind on the ethical, human, and indigenous knowledge aspects of the AI, such as multilingualism and diversity. Before I get on to my keynote, just by way of context, who am I? I'm seeing some of you for the first time today. So formally, at the University of Johannesburg, as mentioned, we've been awarded a new UNESCO chair in cultural inclusivity and equity in digital media in Africa that considers a central question of how can we effectively decolonize, in other words, localize the internet in Africa in an era of 4IR to promote cultural diversity, inclusivity, and equitable access to knowledge. One of the major objectives of our chair is to design curricula and pedagogical approaches using UNESCO resources and decolonial perspectives to promote inclusivity, digital equity, and responsible internet use in classrooms. So hence, I hope to challenge you today to consider both the technological aspects, data devices, literacy, AI and ethics, and knowledge, representation, culture, and languages as important components of a diverse, inclusive, and equitable internet, and therefore digital literacy. Personally and pedagogically, I'm an academic today, which I decided only after graduating with my PhD. They didn't sell it to me as well when I was doing my PhD, because it gives me a platform to use my agency to bring about social justice and societal change. Paula Freire's critical pedagogy, widely known as the pedagogy for social justice, encapsulates who I am as a teacher. I'm passionate about using my position to make the struggles of the oppressed, voiceless, and marginalized visible, hence consider myself to be an intellectual activist. This will become relevant as my keynote progresses. Let us begin by setting the scene to look at global perspectives of the state of AI uptake in higher education institutions. Recently, a new UNESCO global survey was released last year in September 2025 during UNESCO's annual Digital Learning Week that found the following. This survey looked at 400 responses from UNESCO chairs and networks across 90 countries, offering diverse perspectives of how AI integration is emerging in higher education institutions. These are some of the interesting facts. 9 in 10 respondents reported using AI tools like us in their professional work, most commonly for research and writing tasks. Nearly half are also experimenting, this is only last year, with AI in teaching, lesson planning, grading support, plagiarism detection, while others use it for administrative or professional development purposes. It found globally there is a rise in AI institutional guidance. It comes as obviously universities grapple with the opportunities and risks of integrating artificial intelligence into teaching, research, and academic life. However, despite the high levels of use and the global confidence in AI, higher education remains uneven. That is what UNESCO found in so many countries. Over half of universities and 400 respondents feel uncertain or hesitant about its effective pedagogical or research application, have little to no understanding about its technological aspects or the broader implications on human rights, democracy, and social justice. Among those who use AI frequently or not at all, cite that their barriers to using AI include ethical and environmental concerns, limited understanding or lack of access, disciplinary constraints, and philosophical resistance to AI's role in academic work. 1 in 4 respondents reported that their universities had already encountered, right, ethical issues linked to AI. The biggest problem I'm having with my second year research methods group is AI detector says you have 40% of AI. I go into the report on Moodle and they say, sorry, we actually can't definitively prove it. I have no case to call them in, right? And this ranges from student over-reliance on AI tools to authorship disputes and bias in research. Interviews with a purposive additional sample of 10 respondents highlighted concern with blind AI adoption. Let's look at Hong Kong very quickly. There was a study done in 2023 called the AI Generation Gap, done by scholars from the University of Hong Kong, called the AI Generation Gap. Are Gen Z students more interested in adopting generative AI such as ChatGPT in teaching and learning than their Gen X and millennial generation teachers? The study combined computer science and education perspective. Let me read an excerpt from the study. The study aimed to explore experiences, perceptions, knowledges, and concerns and intentions of Gen Z students with Gen X and Gen Y teachers regarding the use of AI in higher education. A sample of students and teachers were recruited to investigate the above using a survey of both open and closed questions. The findings show that Gen Z participants were generally optimistic about the potential benefits of Gen AI, including enhanced productivity and education efficiency, personalized learning, expressed intentions to use Gen AI for various educational purposes. Gen X and Gen Y teachers, which is us, acknowledge the potential benefits of Gen AI, but expressed heightened concern about over-reliance, ethical and pedagogical implications, and emphasizing the need for proper guidelines and policies to ensure responsible use of technology. The study, and I want to emphasize this finding, I think it's very appropriate for today. The study highlighted the importance of combining technology with traditional teaching methods to provide a more effective teaching experiences. Implications of the findings include the need to develop evidence-based guidelines and policies for Gen I integration, foster critical thinking and digital literacy skills among students, and promote responsible use of Gen AI technologies in higher education. A more recent study conducted by Harvard Business called How Gen Z is Using AI and What It Made for Educators flags this for our attention. When it comes to Gen AI, the habits, attitudes, and ideas of Gen Z inform its place in higher education and how we should approach it in the classroom. So therefore, in October 2025 last year, Harvard partnered with Gallup and the Walton Family Foundation to survey a sample of nearly 2,500 US adults between the ages of 18 and 28 years old. 3 interesting findings I have taken out of this report for us to take note of as educators. Finding number 1. More Gen Z adults are using AI as a productivity tool than for social and personal reasons. 2 out of 3 respondents of the 2,500, which is 65%, reported using an AI chatbot as a replacement for Google searches in the last month. Just over 52% use AI to help them with their work. 46% use AI to help them with their writing, which may overlap with schoolwork use. Now, interesting, roughly a third of young adults, 32%, reported turning to AI for help with their personal life, including advice about relationships or life decisions. This finding is very worrying. 1 in 4 adults, 23%, reported using chatbots as friends, and 1 in 10 adults, 10%, said they use AI chatbots as a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Second interesting finding, ordering students not to use AI doesn't prevent them from doing so. 1 in 6 adults, 16% in their survey, said they'd use AI for tasks even when specifically told not to. By definition, cheating is breaking rules dishonestly. Leaving aside whether educators should ban the use of AI, and their results indicate that many young students use AI anyway. Thus, the relevant question for us is not whether they will use AI, but rather whether they will hide it from their teachers. And for us, how will we find them? And how will we navigate this? Last interesting finding from the survey. What does Gen Z worry about when it comes to AI? The survey revealed that Gen Z's relationship with AI is fraught. Even as they use AI extensively, they harbor concerns about its long-term effects on human capability. 79% of young adults expressed concern that AI makes people lazier. 79% of young adults expressed concern that AI makes this is also a repetition, sorry, and 62% are worried it makes people smart. It may be that as young adults, they observe themselves with their they have observed themselves with their peers. Let me start that again. Young adults have observed by themselves and gazing at their peers that they are offloading more and more cognitive work to AI. They wonder whether convenience today brings diminished capacities for them tomorrow. In more open-ended responses, young adults in the survey elaborated on these concerns. Specifically, they worry that using AI will displace 3 important practices for them: learning by doing, thinking critically, and learning from other people. So Gen Z anxiety regarding AI is valid, and it's also demonstrated by their additional empirical research. One more study. There was also recently a widely publicized study done by MIT's Media Lab that concluded that using AI induced cognitive debt. The sample was small, 54 undergraduates who were assigned to write an essay, either with AI, with Google, or on their own. And the results were dramatic. It found using EEG scans, which measure electric activity in the brain, that these students, when writing with AI, indicated decreased brain activity compared to other conditions. And the majority of students who'd use AI were later unable to quote a sentence verbatim from what they've written. Thus, I believe that and which is the theme for today's festival, that digital futures in higher education is one where AI should coexist very strongly with traditional pedagogies that embraces indigenous knowledges and humanistic interactions and approaches. Let's quickly explore relevant traditional pedagogies that I'm familiar with that strongly coexist with AI from my own experience, that have worked practically for me, that I've gotten strong student evaluations from, and you're just going to have to trust me that they're good student evaluations. So my own teaching philosophy is based on the following quotes which inform my pedagogy perspectives. These are the two main ones. The first one, let's see who can guess who said this quote. Open quote. If we examine closely the system of compartments, its ordering, and its geographical layout will allow us to mark out the lines on which a decolonized society will be reorganized. Who said that? Wow, thank you. I'm so impressed. Wow. So that informs my first indigenous pedagogy, which I call the decolonial pedagogy, which your program directors have alluded to, right? The second one, who said this? This is quite an easier one. The spirit of Ubuntu, that profound sense that we are human only through the humanity of other human beings, is not a parochial phenomenon, but has added globally to our common search for a better world. Who said this? It could have been a few people in South Africa. Huh? No. Who? What did we just celebrate last week? Yes, Mandela actually said it. So that informs what I call my Ubuntu pedagogy. So let me rush. I don't know what the time is, but I have a feeling I'm out of time, right? So my point of positionality is as a transformation and decolonial scholar. So my pedagogy best resonates with Paula Freire's pedagogy for social justice. Importantly, Paula Freire views pedagogy as a practice for freedom. Freire's entry point is being critical of the rise of the market logic of neoliberal capitalism that has devalued all aspects of the public interests, with one of it being its consequences and an education concerned with excellence. By the way, Freire's critical pedagogy of love is seen as a prerequisite of being a good, liberating educator. As universities, and this is what Freire argues in his pedagogy as a practice for freedom, he argues that universities that were once conceptualized as public goods have been reduced to a private good. Universities have become defined according to the corporate demand of providing skills for a competent workforce that will build global economies like in the US. In South Africa, we have our very own forms of academic capitalism and neoliberalism. As Rajendra Tretty recently noted in a book in 2026, he captures some of South Africa's academic capitalism. Administrative bureaucracy becoming increasingly uncivil and alienating its treatment of human labor. New managerialism combines the policing of academics with the outsourcing of lowly paid employees and the creation of precarious employment. Therefore, Freire explores education as a deeply civic, political, and moral practice, this as a pedagogy, as a practice for freedom, which has been a casualty in this neoliberal capitalist context. Freire's critical pedagogy challenges teachers and students to empower themselves for social change, to advance democracy and equality as they advance literacy and knowledge. Freire, in Pedagogy of the Oppressed, discusses the narrative sickness in education we encounter. And this piece of work is recent, it's 2020. He says, he calls the narrative sickness of education one where the traditional, and remember we're all reflecting on our pedagogy here today, the traditional teacher-student relationship where teachers narrate a reality that is motionless, static, compartmentalized, and predictable, and are out of touch with the existential experience of students and leads them to mechanically narrate content. Freya also says that education becomes the act of depositing. Students are the depositories and teachers make the depositor. Freya highlights the epistemic injustice of this banking system and says the more students work at storing your deposits entrusted to them, given to them mechanically, the less they develop the critical consciousness which results from their intervention in the world as transformers of that world. Freya posits that the banking system minimizes students' creative power, and this duality actually serves the interests of the oppressors who do not want the world to be revealed and see it transformed. I'm going to So the two traditional pedagogies that are linked to the two quotes I opened with are, very quickly, the decolonizing pedagogy, which localizes and indigenizes my pedagogy. Here I aim to innovatively and directly respond to the following local and global South needs, namely, and firstly, the need to transform South African society, of which includes universities, and the word transformation came out here in the beginning. Secondly, the need for decolonial and Afrocentric education. Thirdly, the need to decolonize my specific discipline of communication and media studies. So firstly, my teaching pedagogy fits into South Africa's societal project of transforming post-apartheid South Africa society, including universities. In a Council of Higher Education report in 2004, titled Higher Education and Social Transformation. In the South African case study, Dr. Thiven Reddy noted this about the Transformation University project in the country. In the post-1994 period, much has been achieved by our democratic government on the legislative policy front to transform higher education institutions and make them more socially responsive and critically engaged in deepening and broadening South Africa's democracy. However, the transformation of many sectors has seen slow progress and has been the site of much criticism. Reddy also notes that in the post-1994 period, the terrain of the agenda for transformation in South Africa is the site of many contestations. Secondly, my scholarship and teaching directly responds to the need for decolonized and Afrocentric education and curriculums called for by the 2015 Fees Must Fall students. We celebrated the 10-year anniversary. And I recently said in a publication in 2023 that the decolonial turn has since unfolded through localized decolonial movements and events in global South countries, as well as racialized populations in global North countries. In South Africa, for instance, the Fawless student-led protests that took place in 2015 symbolically ushered in the decolonial turn in post-apartheid South Africa. On the 9th of March 2015, the hashtag Rhodes Must Fall student movement began at UCT. The movement, which questioned the staunch imperialist white supremacist legacy of Cecile Rhodes and sought to fight institutionalized racism at UCT. It led to the eventual removal of the Rhodes statue and became the catalyst event for the onset of the decolonial turn in post-apartheid South Africa. It led to a wider national protest movement, Fees Must Fall, which advocated for free decolonized education that spread to universities across the globe. Let us not forget that. Secondly, the Ubuntu philosophy. It humanizes and indigenizes our pedagogies. Ngobani and McAwai in 2021 said that education in South Africa is construed from Eurocentric perspectives, despite the African continent being rich with indigenous philosophies and knowledge systems, such as the Ubuntu philosophy, which they note have featured amidst the ongoing debates on the decolonization of education for its restorative potential of African values in the South African education systems. A scholar in my field called Mohammed 2022 said that with regards to decolonizing our field of media studies, Indigenous African knowledge systems gives us the tools to think freely and break out of the mold that the Northern canon has restricted us in. According to Bengo in 2006, Ubuntu is an African indigenous way of life and its essence is compassion. In African cultures, Ubuntu is regarded as the capacity to express humanity, compassion, dignity, and mutual caring. I have found the Ubuntu pedagogy at its crux and having humanity at the heart of my teaching and the ability to show compassion, care, and kindness is very, very important in the current context of rapid 4IR, where machines have taken over that which is a humanistic side to teaching. In 2022, Karim did a study called Analyzing 4IR in South Africa and Some of its Educational Implications. And he flagged the technicist view in which education is now viewed, which erodes deep learning. Karim used Foucault's perspective of enunciated modalities and drew empirically on statements made by the World Economic Forum, the South African government, and some South African universities. His paper instructively concludes, the instrumentalism of 4IR enunciations, it was indicated, imply a behaviorist and technocratic approach to education that ignores the criticisms of this approach to education, which have historically shown that approaches to education do not recognize the complexity of teaching and learning and that human beings in education are not like machines. This is a 2022 study. Let me conclude by considering indigenous knowledges from a pan-African perspective. What kind of digital literacy and learning is being accessed through technology? We need to holistically consider the nuances of the internet, apps, and new devices, which is the focus of our newly awarded chair. The transformative power of the internet has been widely documented, including in Africa. Our continent of Africa has experienced a rapidly changing media landscape in the last few decades, reflecting global shifts in 4IR. However, despite the internet for good, it has perpetuated offline inequalities in many ways. Let's bring it back to today's domain, education, teaching excellence, and innovation. In the offline higher education space, there's been much debate, as I mentioned, and the need for Afrocentric and decolonized education and knowledges. This debate epistemically started 10 years ago through the 2015 Fees Must Fall movement, where one scholar wrote regarding the movement, the South African post-colonial, he wrote this in 2022, the South African post-colonial Imperial University and its academic disciplines have for far long functioned as a conduit for the colonial library in Western theory. It took more than 2 decades after the end of apartheid for universities to acknowledge the epistemic and cultural gap created by the Eurocentric curriculum and the white institutional culture in their own spaces. Similar to this offline call by Fees Must Fall students in 2015 regarding Western-dominated knowledges and curriculums, now in an online space, there is a domination of the Western digital devices and knowledges. Our UNESCO chair acknowledges that most internet users are actually from the global south, 75% of them to be specific. Yet they are primarily Western-dominated routes, devices, infrastructures, for instance, the security and privacy settings of Western social media, such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Snapchat, and WhatsApp. Similarly, knowledge on the internet is construed from the West, exemplified, for example, by Wikipedia, one of the most visited websites in the world, and arguably, I would say, one of the most cited secondary sources of our students in their essays, is actually constructed by white men from Western Europe and North America. There is also a dominance of online platforms that presume, and this also is the same for apps, that assume the primary user, research has shown, is an English-speaking, educated man, hence language and multilingualism is an important factor for the digital rights and education space. African users are having, and remember we have a lot of Pan-African students in our universities, language is an important factor for the digital rights and education space. African users have to interact in digital spaces with the same colonialized languages that were imposed on them when the African continent was apportioned in the late 19th century to the unilateral proclamation by the European powers and Berlin in the 1800s. What is taking place is in line with what AI has told me epistemic violence is. The systemic destruction, marginalization, or erasure of a group's knowledge, systems, ways of thinking, and voices by a dominant power, often through academic, colonial, or institutional frameworks. Coined by Spivak, it renders subaltern perspectives invisible, replacing them with colonial or mainstream ideologies. Thank you. It was long.
Oh, umhlaba wonke bomhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu akunamuntu. Sukumani, ake nginyeke. Hey, oh, umhlaba wonke bomhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu akunamuntu. Ophethe umhlaba kanti yini socialism? Oh, ezandleni zabantu akunamuntu. Ophethe umhlaba yedwa. Manda. Singabantu, Professor Nkosi. Singabantu, Professor Madisa. Singabantu, Professor Hlabangane. Singabantu, Professor Kyali. Professor Singh, Singabantu. Professor Governor, Singabantu. I think it is fitting in these times that we remind ourselves that Singabantu. Gen Z, that generation, the AI generation, nabo ngabantu. Therefore, we must extend the principles of Ubuntu against the tyranny of AI. My laptop crashed, so I relied on my phone. Let's see how this goes. I want to thank the college for affording me this opportunity to give a respondent to a very important, crucial topic. And in a profound moment, I think we find ourselves as universities. I have titled my response as follows: the mantle is heavy, ideation, pedagogy, and the unfinished business of the Azanian futures. Of course, I'm drawing here from the 50th anniversary of the Soweto Youth Uprising. And I want to bring those reflections into our keynote this morning. In an era saturated with the real-time imaginary of genocide from Gaza, Congo, the Sudan, and the gratuitous systematic anti-Black violence that marks the daily existence of the wretched of the earth across the globe, the university cannot afford to be a sanctuary of abstract thought. It must be a crucible. The very act of ideation and thinking within these hallowed and often ivory spaces is not a luxury. It is a profound responsibility. It is the mantle of new world making. To ideate is to dare to imagine a world that is not the continuation of the present horror, but a radical rupture from it. It is to engage in a form of intellectual warfare, to borrow from Professor Jacob Carruthers from Haiti. It is a form of intellectual warfare against the nihilism that pervasive violence seeks to instill. When the world outside is burning and engulfed in turmoil, the university's most crucial function is not to reflect the fire, but to forge the conceptual water with which to extinguish it, and to extend itself in the cultivation of the soul from which a just and human world can grow. This is the weight we carry, colleagues, and it is the lens through which we must interrogate any pedagogy that claims to be for the future. I want to begin by commending the profound courage and timeliness of the keynote topic towards teaching for indigenous humanistic futures in AI context, exploring the coexistence of the decolonial pedagogy, Ubuntu pedagogy, and the Poren-Ferre pedagogy of love. Of course, you began by asking us, Professor Govenden, where does this intersection lie? But perhaps the preceding question there should be, what is the university? Because if there's no understanding of what the university is, then we fail ourselves in understanding the intersection. So my first point of congratulation, I think, the keynote is to also just mention how it was able to offer an unflinching confrontation with epistemic violence of the present order. In a moment where the global north is hurtling towards a future defined by artificial intelligence, often framed as neutral, inevitable, and for the universal good, this topic and your keynote insists that the future is a contested and political space. It refuses the erasure of indigenous and African cosmologies from the conversations about technology. By implicitly linking indigenous humanistic futures with AI, Professor Govenden performs a radical act of centering. She argues that the ethical and philosophical frameworks for navigating our most advanced technologies cannot be found only in Silicon Valley or in the European Enlightenment thought, but must be drawn from the deep well of African humanism, to borrow from Professor Eskiam Petlele. This is vital. This is a vital corrective because it challenges the techno-determinist that would have us believe that our humanity must adapt to the machine rather than the machine serving a specifically human and importantly, a decolonized human future. My second point is to highlight on, or rather to speak on the topics or the keynote's ability to offer a synthetic and not syncretic approach to pedagogy. In other words, it is attempted to explore the coexistence of Ubuntu, decolonial thought, and Ferrean pedagogies of love in a very sophisticated and necessary way. In this way, Professor Govenden refuses to operate in a theoretical silo. Decolonial pedagogy gives us the analytical tools to dissect the power structures embedded in knowledge production. Ubuntu provides a relational and communal ontology that challenges the individualistic and competitive nature of westernized education. And Paulo Freire's pedagogy of love, which he saw as an act of courage, not sentimentality, provides the political and ethical motto for action. The keynote does not suggest that these tools are the same, but rather their coexistence is a fertile ground for a more robust and more loving and more revolutionary educational practice. This is a courageous synthesis, I want to argue. It's one that recognizes that the struggle for a humanizing education requires a multi-pronged approach. However, a decolonial project must be its worst critic. From a Fanonian perspective, we must be careful of the seduction of the academy. Fanon warned us that the colonized intellectual who becomes a stranger in their own land, speaking the language of the oppressor, conceptualizing from the oppressor's conceptual universe, must be treated with caution. And therefore, my first critique is that a focus on the coexistence of these theories without grounding it on a specific, or rather without grounding it to specific material conditions of struggle in occupied Azania in particular, risk becoming a sophisticated intellectual exercise that serves the academy, not the community. I'll come back to this academy and community imperative a bit later. It risks what Fanon has called the native intellectual, who has been domesticated by the colonial university and seeks recognition from above instead of taking tutelage from below. We must be vigilant that our theorizing does not become a comfortable dwelling place, a place where we are content to map out beautiful futures, while the present reality of much and much abahambe, poverty, unemployment, and a crumbling infrastructure of care continues to face us. The question is not how these pedagogies coexist, rather, where and for whom do they coexist for? And for whose liberation, whose decolonization are we theorizing? This brings me to my own contribution, framed by the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Soweto Youth Uprising of 1976. In 1976, June, the children of Soweto did not merely protest for a language change. They protested an entire pedagogical order designed to produce subservience and dehumanization. They invite us today to ask, what pedagogy were being imagined in Soweto 50 years ago? They were not just imagining a better school. They were imagining a liberated sense of being in the world, to borrow from Professor Chabane Manganye. The students of 1976 were enacting a pedagogy of refusal, a refusal to be emptied of their humanity, as Biko taught them, a refusal to be dehumanized, and a refusal to be defined by the oppressor. What does this mean for us today? It means that our pedagogies must be one of militancy, or what Professor Maldonado Torres has framed as combative decoloniality, as opposed to what we now know as decoloniality light, the decoloniality that is at home with coloniality. It means that the indigenous humanistic futures that we speak of must be built on the unyielding, militant humanism that was expressed in the streets of Soweto. It means that our pedagogy of love must be a love that is fierce enough to confront those who perpetuate our suffering, yet be patient enough to build communities of care. It must be a love, like the students of 1976, that is willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for the idea that another world is possible. And here I want to honor the prophetic voice of the now current judge, Sane Baloyi, who was speaking and writing in her capacity as a secretary for the Azanian student movement in 1986. You've seen her in the Madlanga Commission. She captured the exact contradiction of our post-1994 education as a failed education. Of course, we in the Azanian School of Thought, Professor Govenden, as well as the Fees Must Fall movement, do not subscribe to the notion of a post-apartheid South Africa. I think the Rhodes Must Fall moment was again a rejection of that thesis. Judge Sane Baloyi wrote, and I want to quote her extensively because these words were written 40 years ago. We have seen how the present education has groomed those who succeed to enjoy its fruits and not with their immediate communities. We have seen how among those who succeed, this education induces feelings of superiority, and leaves the majority with feelings of inferiority. It is arranged to divorce its participants, in other words, our students, from the very society it is preparing them for. It creates a petty bourgeoisie class who are waiting to be absorbed into the ranks of the white capitalist rulers. Even if they wish to serve their communities, they first have to think of the remuneration they are entitled to because of the years they had spent studying hard and the money behind their academic achievements. She continues to say that this is a sign that our academic achievements, we are left with no feeling of responsibility to our communities. In those words, written in 1986, are a devastating indictment of the education system 40 years later. The post-1994 dispensation has, in many ways, perfected the betrayal of Judge Sesibaloi's that she identified above. Our universities have become factories for producing a black bourgeoisie class that is culturally and spiritually divorced from its communities. The revolution of 1976, or rather the aborted revolution of 1976, has been hijacked by a petty bourgeoisie ethic of individual advancement. And our pedagogies, however progressive, just give me a second. However progressive they may sound in conferences and in spaces like this, have failed to sever this link. The decolonial, the Ubuntu, the Ferreirian love, if they do not directly combat this atomization and commodification of the self, they are at the very least a beautiful lie. These sentiments were uttered exactly 40 years ago, and they sting with the truth that should force us to feel uncomfortable and to really ask uncomfortable questions. How is it that during the height of apartheid, a space like Funda Center Community College in Soweto, for example, established in 1984 by the likes of Professor Eskiam Patlele, could thrive in producing some of our finest artists and intellectuals, the likes of Dr. Sibongile Khumalo, Moses Taiwa Mulelekwa, Matsimela Manaka, yet these luminaries are nowhere to be found in terms of their footprint today. These luminaries were products of an institution that sought to foster in its students a sense of purpose and a service to their communities. It was an education rooted in Azanian thought, decolonial thought, and a philosophy of struggle and self-reliance that Professor Eskiam Patlele championed. The irony is that that space used to flourish under the boot of apartheid is today a shadow of its former self. We can say the same about our universities, particularly Black universities. The apartheid regime could not kill its spirit, but the post-1994 state has effectively allowed it to wither through neglect and a failed neoliberal education policy. It is a profound tragedy, I want to say, that we have created a system that serves the relationship, that cuts the relationship between education and community service, where the very idea of such a community-centered institution is now a relic of a more revolutionary past. And so I turn to the final challenge. It will be very helpful if the keynote was able to also frame itself on praxis. In other words, where does this pedagogy of love look like? What does it look like for the dispossessed people of occupied Azania, for the genocide that is happening in Palestine and other parts of the world that are engulfed by perpetual suffering in the present time? This, for me, is the central question. We cannot theorize a love that is just an idea. It must be material practice. To conclude, I draw on the quote that we've just heard from Judge Sesi Baloyi, which is the indictment of the current education system and its failures. The burden is now on us to imagine and enact a pedagogy that does not for the self, but for the collective. A pedagogy that does not produce graduates who feel entitled to remuneration, but human beings who feel responsible for their communities. A pedagogy that, as Professor Eskiam Patlele demanded, uses imagination to create a vision for a society that is not yet, but must be. We must therefore, Ma-Africa, ground our thinking on praxis. We must move beyond the comfort of the ivory tower and do the work of reimagining and rebuilding. It is this work, the work of building a future where the dispossessed are not just the subjects of our theories, but the architects of their own lives. The mantle of the new world making is heavy, despite the presence or absence of AI, but we cannot afford to drop it. For the sake of the children of Soweto in 1976, and the sake of the generation that is yet to come, we must forge a pedagogy of love that is not just a topic for a keynote, but a lived reality and a liberated way of being. When we talk about Generation Z and the ways in which AI has interrupted their learning abilities, we must not forget that this is the same generation that comes from a 81% of illiteracy. In other words, our grade 4s have no ability to read for meaning and understanding. So AI did not create these problems. It is the low-hanging fruit that AI has found. I want to invite everyone to always remember to go back to who we are as Abantu. Thank you so much.
Singabantu. What a wonderful throat clearing gesture, which was followed up by a wonderful, charitable, but the sign of true respect is being able to critically engage your interlocutor. So can we just give a round of applause to our keynote speaker and respondent? So we will be having our Q&A, so could I just? So the way the Q&A will go, we're starting now at 10 past 11, and we will go up until 25 past 11. And I thought, as you are preparing your questions and comments, to just direct some questions to our keynote speaker and to our respondent. Prof. Govender, Prof. Cavenden, I was interested in yes. I was interested in the fact that, in terms of your framing, you gave the two quotes, and that first quote comes from the Wretched of the Earth, particularly the opening chapter, and Fanon is, using words to paint a picture of what the Manichaean society looks like. And I was wondering, given the fact that you identified that as sort of an intellectual perimeter for you, um, how do you see um the the rise of AI sort of redrawing those very boundaries that the Manichaean society and the attendant logics come with? So that's your question. I would like to also give a question to Sizandi. Sizandi, in I I enjoyed the fact that there were implicit there was an implicit critical uh, movement in your comments, but also the more explicit one, and we'll come to the more explicit one. In the implicit one, your opening remark, where you say singabantu, the thing that stands out to me about that is that Ubuntu, as is popularized, has been decoupled from Isintu. And at least my interpretation of you making that comment took me there. And that has its own critical force, and I'll leave it implicit. The more explicit one is where you make use of the figure of Eskiem Pahlele and the center that he helped to found as a counterexample of what more liberative pedagogical situation would look like. And I am wondering, to what extent would you say the condition of exile that Eskem Pahlele so poignantly reflects on in his work prevents us from being able to develop the pedagogical conditions that you are setting up as a counterexample today? Thanks very much. Okay. Um, I guess perhaps we'll, on top of the two questions that I've put to our speakers, we can take three contributions. They can be comments, they can be questions. Any questions? Oh, please go ahead. There's a mic that is coming to you, Prof.
Just, can you guys hear me?
Sure.
All right. Seeing that there is no question, I thought let me just go ahead and pose what I have in mind.
Yes.
There's a point that was raised around AI and human capability.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the idea was that AI, there's a concern that AI probably could reduce human capability. And I was thinking around that point, and a later point which was then raised, which is Frere's concept of banking education. And I couldn't help connecting the two, the issue of human capability as caused by AI, for instance. And what Frere theorized that eventually the concept of banking education reduces Oh, reduces the idea of human capability as well. So I'm not sure if Prinola, that's a concept that you'd like to speak to and take it forward as you are responding. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Second one is Prof. Shabangani.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those amazing, deep-seated reflections that have been shared with us. Indeed, we find ourselves in the belly of the beast. Prof. Govenden illustrated very poignantly the fact that we find ourselves in the vortex of the neoliberal university with its practices that really foreground the template. My question then has to do with this obsession with a template as a motif for being in the university and the depositing inclination that Freire warns against. What then becomes of the university in that vortex of the template with its many permutations vis-a-vis the aspirations that seek to give life yet again to education is my question. Thank you.
Third comment, question. Perhaps we will go with all those.
Shall I begin? Thank you, everyone. I just want to begin by thanking my respondent. I did warn you beforehand you're going to have, I knew how long my keynote was and how complex it was, and I was like, wow, you need to respond to me on the spot, so you were absolutely incredible. You got me to think as well. So I also just, am I allowed 2 short excerpts of responses to your response? What's interesting, I presented today parts of what we call at UJ our teaching portfolio. So what is interesting with my teaching pedagogies and teaching portfolios is it happened in reverse for me. It wasn't a case of this is who I am. I believe in Fanon and decoloniality and Ubuntu. I've also got feminism there. And then let me practice the theory. When I arrived at UJ in my permanent position in September 2023, I arrived and then they told me in April the following year that I need to apply for promotion. And then, I'm sure you can all relate, a lot of academics don't apply for promotion because of the process. And then they said to me, think about who you are as an academic, think about your journey. And I'd started teaching at that university with the blue carpet during Fees Must Fall as a teaching assistant. So I think what was nice with me is I had already practiced, I had a personal conviction, a professional conviction, a theoretical conviction to how I was teaching at that university in my current position. And then I kind of found theory to match it. Yeah. And then I love how you mentioned, thank you for mentioning, it got me to reflect on, you know, mentioning the Soweto uprising, and I also mentioned Fees Must Fall, reminding us that there are nuances to our student population. We are not Europe, we are not, when I went as a visiting scholar during my time as a PhD student to the University of Oslo, I was shocked. No unemployment, the cleaners are getting paid the same amount as postdocs. Our students are not the same. And luckily at UJ, in comparison to the other university where I worked, in my first month of UJ, I already learned about the socio-economic differences of students across South Africa. Firstly, on my first day, at UJ, and keep in mind, the university where I studied, a lot of protest, even during Fees Must Fall. I remember standing in our head of school's office, and I heard so much of noise. This was at UJ. Then I opened the window, I'm like, what is this protest about? What's going on? He then said to me, no, at UJ, graduations are massive. You can hear the ululating. And do you know why? Research has shown at UJ, most of our students are first graduating in the family. So it is such a big occasion, it sounds like protests. We have rural students. We have students who come from the rural villages who can't use Word documents. So I think a takeaway I got, and it's something I think I've had to adapt to very quickly, where with the other university, where a lot of them were in IEB, if I had to bring a SABC News crew and tell some of the first years there, SABC is coming, you're going to be on TV. Literally, you drag them, they don't care. But at UJ, our students with the villagers, they are hungry. You tell them they will come 1 hour early, they will dress up, they're hungry for opportunities. So I think it's an important point that you've raised, and it's something I've unpacked in my teaching portfolio. Let's never forget the diversities of our students. We are 30 years into democracy. Just this year, I got in funds from MTN Group, and there is a really bright MA student there. He had no corrections on his MA dissertation at all. And I heard in 30 years of democracy, a whole Gen Z had lost weight in December because they weren't eating food. An orphan, etc., we were able to help him. But let's not forget that it's 30 years plus into democracy. There are students that are just not benefiting at all. Let us not forget students, that there are students still with poverty, certain illiteracies. Let us not forget that in our pedagogies. Prof. Sia, then your question about Fanon, sorry. I want to quickly, I will be so quick. I'll be so quick because I know everybody wants the awards and we also want to see who win the awards. Regarding your question about Fanon and what and how and this need to decolonize and the West and taken into this kind of online space we find ourselves, this is essentially what our newly awarded UNESCO chair is about. It is a very uncomfortable topic. It is one thing for me, and Prof. Sia Tiali and I go, he knows my scholarship and my work. It's very easy to reside on the African continent and talk about these issues here. But try going to UNESCO in France and telling them about the need to decolonize. So what technology has done, and I remember doing interviews for my book for the head of the South African National Editors Forum, and I posed a question to him saying, you know, is social media not threatening traditional media, whether online, et cetera, et cetera? And now, you know, with Black Twitter and TikTok, we're democratizing the space. And Mr. Reggie Malawasi pointed out, yes, we have a whole lot of technologies, platform, blogs, protests being organized in the global south and in Africa. But all of that ownership resides in the global north, and profits leave us to the global north. So I'm going to read something uncomfortable. So then the epistemic implications of West's domination in languages. A lot of our students are doing research like this. Put in ChatGPT what it says about Elon Musk. I don't think it's going to say something negative because it's the West perspective. He said the epistemic implications of kind of, and a lot of people are calling digital devices and the imposition of the West a form of neocolonialism. The epistemic implication for the dominance of West technology and content is the following, that digital technologies can colonize African people, our students and children's minds into becoming Western citizens residing on the African continent. In Africa, white masters can colonize. This is a reason recent article that Ndebele coined in 2024. In Africa, white masters, and these are owners of technology and all the knowledge is being created on the internet. In Africa, white masters can colonize African children through the use of digital technology tools without their presence. Digital technology tools manage to reach massive epistemic colonization in Africa, as everyone in general and students in particular are addicted or obliged to use the use of Western digital technology tools. Such digital technology tools change their mind and ways of thinking to the extent that they grow up like Western citizens located in Africa. I wonder what Fanon would say about that. Prof. Tiali, thank you so much for your question about, it caused me to also think about Freya's concept of the banking system, and that was coined when there was no technology. And I think it should flag to us that there is AI for good and AI for bad, not only for students, but for us. Because what has happened, and I found this post-COVID, where even before AI, as academics, technology has made our life easier, has it not? Now we don't have to see students in the office, we meet them on Teams. So I think it's important to take a lot of these conversations, critiquing, and you also mentioned what is the university, and I flagged with the rise of neoliberalism and collapse of the Soviet Union, universities have also become sites of capitalism and institutions. So I think we need to constantly reflect on how are we using AI for good and using AI for technology? Are we taking short lifts in how we're teaching to make technology easier for us, just for students to receive and to be deposited, but we need to also use technology for good. Thank you.
Please clap. Why is... I appreciate the response to the response. I think that sharpened my own thinking around, I think, the place of AI in a university that is transforming. I think that's quite important. And mo Africa ubakeng isintu ubuntu singabantu. I think I opened up with that provocation because I wanted to intentionally ground the conversation in the fact that an AI is an external imposition, right? What is able, or rather the extent to which AI is able to undo or redo us depends on where it found us, where it met us. And if you think about Gen Z, right, these are the students who are now born into AI, right? This is a group of students that unfortunately enters the university with a cognitive debt, right? Cognitive debt, both philosophically, spiritually, and culturally. They don't know who they are. And therefore, AI will fill that void, either negatively or positively. And this is what we are grappling with as academics, right? But in teaching them, we should not forget that singabantu, right? So when you come across a student that has unethically used AI, you need to place them in the right context instead of just failing them because they have not followed the university policy on AI. You need to place that particular student in the context that will help you understand how did they get to rely on AI to the extent that you cannot even find their voice there, right? So the responsibility, I think, the sword cuts in both sides, right? We need to do the work as abantu who are teaching, our students, so that students can also play their part. So we are in, my provocation is to remind us that we are in constant community with the students that we teach. They are not there and we are here, okay? And the condition of exile around Professor Eskiam Patlele. I think Eskiam Patlele is one of the most overlooked and undermined decolonial scholars of our time. In fact, he is the decolonization before the decolonization, because if you think about, to your question, Obakeng, so he spends 2 decades in exile, fleeing away from apartheid, right? And his praxis of return, I think, is a point that we don't talk about a lot, because this professor returns not because he feels that things are slightly better in South Africa. He returns in 1977, a year after the youth of Soweto, the uprisings. And Soweto at that time, and many other townships, had no functioning schools, right? He returns and he becomes a professor at Wits. He founds the the Department of African Literacy, Literature. Does not stop there. He goes back and builds an institution right in the heart of Soweto, where there were no schools due to the 1976 uprisings. That moment for us, I think, Mphahlele, of course, writes about how exile is a moment of loss for him and a moment of longing. But his practice of return gives us new possibilities in terms of what a decolonized education should look like. And he builds an institution right in the heart of Soweto. That institution today has no functioning electricity. It has no water. Some of us who organize in the township, struggle when we must host events in that space, because it is a historical, it's a heritage site, right? Because it has produced some of our prolific artists and intellectuals. Yet, in a context of democracy, it has been left, to disintegrate. So I think Eskom Mphahlele's work becomes important for those of us who are doing this decolonization work. There are conditions that will reverse the very gains of the students of 2015. Of course, we've seen how the fees must fall gains have been accrued mostly by academics, as opposed to students whose blood and sweat, sometimes death, birth this language of decolonizing our universities. So we must talk very honestly when we talk about decolonization.
Ezandleni. Right. Given the time, I think oh, yes. Thank you so much for the engaging questions. Once again, a round of applause for our keynote speaker and our respondents. Okay, so we have a little thing that I would like us to do. One is I need a volunteer from the audience to tell us what about the keynote and the response stood out to them. Do we have a hand? Do we have a hand? I didn't want to say it, but now that I have to bribe people for engagement, I guess I'll say it. There's a gift attached to the response. Yes, you can.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I am Lefa Ngalimeng, student under the Department of Political Science. So firstly, let me just put a question to Radebe, then I will respond to the ones.
Sure, please go ahead.
So, Ms. Radebe, you mentioned that grateful learners are unable to read for meaning and understanding. So my question is that what specific pedagogy would you recommend in foundation phase, from grade R to grade 3, to use to make sure that teaching comprehension strategy, they teach comprehension strategy earlier not just phonics. So, program director, your question was what does the responder and the keynote stood for me?
Sure.
Well, the keynote speaker alluded or articulated the statistics that 40% of students use AI to do research, and again, this thing made me realize that actually AI education need to be taught at the young early stage, since in the academic level, we might get a flag of using this because of we don't have a foundation ground of how to use the AI effectively. So, and again, you have mentioned that AI made us lazy because of actually we use AI a lot. So any type of question you pose to us, we are going to ChatGPT to ask, how can I respond to a question you have asked to me? So I think we can some of the those presentation, Ms. Governor, you have, I mean, Prof. Governor, you have made to go to education, actually higher, not higher, I mean, basic education, so that the children knows what is expected to them for higher education. So thank you very much again to Ms. Ratebe for your what is this contribution on June 16 uprising. That is what it stood for me, since you have indicated well that June uprising was not just those students didn't fight for a language, they fight they fought for, for grounds for the pedagogy, but I didn't get it well, so I didn't. I wanted to come to you, but it's what you is suited for me. Thank you very much, program director.
I think that was much better than expected. The notes that you took are an expression of the respect for the speakers that were here. So a round of applause for our contributor. Can you please just come and get your gift as, please come and get your gift for your response, and then I will give over to
Hi, Lifa. I think you're reminding me of something, that whatever AI policies we come up with and how we adapt, we must never forget the voice of you students. Because I understand, look, in my experience, as I've tried to flag in education, a lot of offline issues we've had with no technologies are now being amplified. So majority of students that are inherently lazy, I have found that they use AI as a shortcut. It's a day before essay, but you're flagging it's important to hear from the voice of the students, because not all students do that. That's my response to you. Not all of you are lazy and we shouldn't stereotype you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Lifa, you can sit, my friend. Thank you for the question, Lifa. It's a very important one, right? But we need to, I think we need to go beyond a particular pedagogy to respond, to the challenge of our failing literacy. And this goes back to decades. I mean, as far back as 2010, even before, South Africa has been having, issues with improving its literacy rates. And I think the solution lies in us rethinking education as an institutional process. Education has to be grounded in community. And we've seen how, for example, again, within the Black consciousness tradition, how the students who gave us the concept of Black consciousness, right, moved from university to go start community projects. And some of the projects that were starting there were literacy projects, whereby they used to be, going around schools, going around homes to teach, right? What those students understood is that the parents who are supposed to be the primary educators for their children were not available to play that function. And so the students came in and played that role, right? And they did it as volunteers because Black consciousness teaches you to ground yourself in community. So when you don't have parents that are available to teach their children how to read and write at home, the school system will obviously suffer and will have these, shocking statistics. So my very short response to you is always to go back. We call it the Sankofa. Go back to history, see how we have been struggling to respond to apartheid in very genuine ways, right? I think, in ways that understood our condition. Because if a child cannot read by grade 4, the problem is not the child. The problem is the conditions that created a child that cannot read at grade 4. But because we have gotten comfortable with only dealing with the symptoms and not the root of the problems, we find ourselves here in post-1994 South Africa. I'll send you my notes so that you can enjoy the full response for yourself. And congratulations for the prize. Can you see what we got? You want to see what you got?
Once again, a round of applause for our speakers. Yes. Prof. Nkosi.
Yeah.
Makazi says, Sichinja Magia. At this point, we are going to be a tad relaxed. The serious discussions has now been handled, and now we are going into the session where our nominees are going to take center stage. Before I proceed, in the morning when I started, I shared a poem in Sesotho. Now, because I'm a giving person, Basotho are loving people. So because I'm loving and I'm giving, I'm going to share with you the English version. However, kindly note that it will not be the literal translation thereof because of language nuances that cannot be carried over into the translation. But I've tried my best to do justice to it. So I will read it for you in English. There are Basotho with their beautiful blankets. They are blanket wearers and also innovators. Coming from Kuting, Kalabuchwa, and Kokolosing, hurried, tired, and limping, hailing from Basotho homeland, the former Basotho homeland, Kwakwa, frozen by the cold to a point of near frostbite. Helang, they are singing and dancing, just like the choir did for us. Principal Linkabula, the first woman VC, you Auspuleng in your relaxed poise, that catalytic niche areas you have proffered, drinking the delicious Sesotho sour porridge. No doubt about it, UNISA is our academic refuge. Proud unisons, critical thinkers and innovators, braving feminism, Bosadi and women theorization, fourth IR and digitization, health and medicine, student support and co-curricular activities, and other niche areas. You are the custodians of knowledge for global causes. Expected to write articles, not for the faint-hearted. Writing high-impact journal articles is our focus. Ruthless editors and predatory journals looking for quarry. Undeterred, unisons march on. Submit, correct, submit, accepted, whoopee. Submit, rejected, submit elsewhere, accepted, hola. Increasing research outputs, the professorship we want. Quality teaching and learning. Quality research is our aim. Pushing UNISA up in world rankings. 153 years and still going strong. Agitating knowledge in the service of humanity. Together we are growing. Together we are engaging communities. And together we are building. Halala UNISA halala. I didn't hear you. Halala UNISA halala. Halala UNISA students halala. Thank you very much. As we proceed, I have a disclaimer. In this hall, we are gathered here. I have classified the guests into 4 categories. The first category is the guests as cheerleaders for our nominees. And we also have the nominees, whom we shall be celebrating today. To you, the cheerleaders and the nominees, I say, we listen, but we do not judge. My lame attempt at poetry, we listen, but we don't judge. To the executive managers, we listen, we don't judge, and we forget what this program director said in her poems. To the adjudicators, you read the portfolios of evidence. You shall listen to the nominees as they present their cases. You are the judges. You may judge. To usher in our nominees, please allow me to subject you again for the last time today to my lame attempt at poetry. However, I have a task. May you listen attentively and pick up and remember all the words that have a Q in it. Remember, we are celebrating Quality Excellence Awards today for teaching and learning. So please pay attention as I read the poem. Never mind my heavy Sesotho accent. I shall try my best to enunciate the Queen's language so that you can hear the cues. I subjected you to the click in the morning. Now it's time for the cues. UNISA, a gigantic, let me take a sip of water. Exactly that word is giving me a headache. A gigantesque institution perched on a hill for all to see. Not a grotesque institution to the academics, the foot soldiers, causing them constant headaches, stress, fatigue, and pain. Missed deadlines, missed family events, mild irritation, neck strain. Because we do not have markers. They say curiosity killed the cat. Inquisitiveness promotes the researcher, pushing UNISA up in global research rankings. To the 2026 CHS Quality Excellence nominees, you have exceeded the expected competence. You are the trailblazers in our eyes. We toast with high-octane liquor, or is it liqueur? You have qualified at college level. At institutional level, go and conquer. Using scholarly quotations and innovative techniques, do not equalize. Maintain the CHS equilibrium of equality, of quality assessments. It is a competition, not a masquerade. Conquer, CONQUER. Conquer with quality, assured and enhanced exemplary work. Thank you. You may give me a round of applause. I realized that our media people have been sharing the screen. I was going to ask you how many words with a Q were you able to pick up? You are a cheater. You are you are committing plagiarism because it was there in the open. Were you counting? Okay, can you please come ahead and come and get yourself a gift? In Sesotho, we say, "Motho o hama ai o hela ai tlamela." You harvest the hay and you also tie it up. I don't know where my core program director is. Oh. Honored guests, we are now at that time where our nominees, their bums are itching to come on stage and present to us what it is that they have to offer. So may I kindly call upon the first category entrants for the Excellent Award in Student Support. And they are Prof. Taiski Kalitz, Dr. Jan Masumbuka, and Prof. Henri Adlem from the Department of Social Work. A round of applause for them as they approach the stage.
One place to gaan, mama toe. Dier is van ik travel. Maar ik kan verlaten, dat mij voor de mensen alleen.
Is able to have the program. I found it. I found it. I found it. why I must know. No. Ready? Yeah. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This year's festival theme is Reimagining Teaching and Learning in a Digital Future. Excellence, integrity, and inclusion in a CODeL environment.
Taking a breath. We failed.
It's also more than most of exam instruction. And we teach the module that includes very long instructions.
We are Professor Karlitz, Professor Henri Atlim, and Dr. Jan Masambuka. We are three lecturers who teach BSW 4805, Advanced Integrated Social Work Practice.
Which, if you're new to the module code, sounds rather like a boarding pass. We promise there's no gate change.
Our students are in their final year of social work degree, also placed in the field doing real social work with real people in real and often difficult circumstances.
And in a fully CODeL environment, at that, no lecture hall, no corridor conversations, just a screen. And a great deal of trust that technology on both ends is actually working.
Which this year is a topic we will be returning to compassionately.
So today we want to show you what reimagining support actually looks like once we strip away the jargon, making sure not one of our students feels left behind.
Everything you'll hear about this morning, the platforms, the dashboard, the workshops, is just plumbing.
What matters is what runs through the pipes.
Prof. Khalid thought that the metaphor on the drive here, we're all proud of her.
Let's start with a simple, unglamorous problem. In distance learning, a message can be perfectly written, perfectly posted on my modules, and still never, sorry, see, you don't get the message, and still never reach the student who needed it, because they didn't open that particular announcement in that particular tab.
Somewhere out there are still students that thinks the semester starts only in April.
Exactly. So, excellence for us starts with something quite basic. We don't rely on one channel and hope for the best. Our My Module site alone has several different areas we actively use. Announcements, discussion forums, direct messaging, and on top of that, we use quick, direct access platforms, WhatsApps among them, simply so that whatever the student's day looks like, there is always a way to reach us and we can reach them quickly. It was never about the one app. It's about making sure that information moves fast and moves both ways. We are in contact with our students constantly. We also try deliberately to meet our students where their actual lives are. Most of them, actually 53% of them, work full time. So we offer workshops at different times of the day. We record every session that gets missed, and we ask them formally through a Google form what they actually need. And then, as a team of three, we try to act on it. And once in every 4 years, we bring our students into a room. One face-to-face workshop early in their studies, actually unheard of at in the CODeL environment at the moment, so that before they disappear into the big wide world, they have met us and we have met them. But excellence isn't only about reaching students. It's about what we teach them when we actually have. And here we get to brag a little bit. We don't teach social work in a vacuum. Sorry, let me just get to the slide back. I was too fast for you. We don't teach social work theory in a vacuum. We use what is actually happening in the country right now and ask our students to think it through with us. illegal immigrants, the bus tragedy at the beginning of the year, the Jocelyn Smith case, and what it teaches about culture and child protection, a trafficking case in Centurion, cases of child abuse, and further afield, even the report of the 16 children currently in Ohio, because our students need to understand that the profession they are entering does not stop at the borders. Theory means very little to a fourth level student until you hand them something real and ask, so what would you as a social worker really do?
Now, integrity. And since Professor Carlos just told you how switch on our students are, let me tell you how switch on we are. We want to say this plainly. We are not just coping with technology in a CODeL environment. We are, if we may say so, rather good at it. Between the three of us, we build dashboards, we automate what we can, and this year alone translated our workshop transcripts into 5 different languages using AI, so a student reading in their home language understand the material exactly as well as everyone else. And yes, like our keynote speaker said, we try to bridge the gap using AI, our friends ChatGPT and Claude, which is just as well, because integrity also means being honest when the technology lets you down. For the last 2 years, we worked hard building a Power BI system that helps us understand our students, their age, their home language, whether they were studying while working full-time. At this stage, we have a percentage of 53% students working full-time, so we could adjust how we taught them. This year, that system is not active. It has, in the technical language we now all understand intimately, simply stop working. And if you want a real demonstration of what reimagining teaching in a digital future means, it isn't the dashboard. It's what you do the year when the dashboard goes down. We didn't stop understanding our students. We went back doing it directly, asking, noticing, listening, which, if we're honest, is all the dashboard was ever trying to do, help us to do a little bit faster. We also make sure our students aren't just coping with the technology, but genuinely be competent with it. We teach practical skills, how to use AI tools responsibly, how to build a decent PowerPoint that isn't 23 slides of Comic Sans, and even transcribing skills, which is a polite way of saying how to type faster than one finger at a time. For students who are financially stressed, we provide open, no-cost resources. So a lack of money is never the reason a capable student falls behind. And our students are not only supervised by us. In their final year, they are also guided weekly out in the field by practicing social workers. So we run a WhatsApp group with our supervisors too. Yes, another one. And we invest real time and training into that team, because these are the people preparing our students to carry real, complicated cases safely.
And sometimes life simply happens to our students the way it happens to everyone. They fall pregnant, they get sick, they lose their loved ones. Often in the exact semester they can least afford to lose momentum in. When that happens, we extend deadlines, we extend support, and we try hard not to make a student justify their grief to us in a triplicate. Inclusion also means we don't leave our students to work out the profession alone. We build relationships with the organization where they are placed, open communication, share expectation, a genuine network around each student, so support does not stop at our side of the screen. Before oral exams, which for a final year social work student means sitting in front of examiners and defending real clinical judgment about a real case. We run extra lesson between the three of us because confidence is something you can actually teach if you make the time for it. Though I'll admit, no amount of coaching fully cures the nerves. We've seen students rehearse to a mirror, a dog, and in one memorable case, a very patient cat. If a student needs more than academic support, we have an online booking system for counseling. So to help students to at least get help, right there, and not just that they should have struggled to get any kind of help. They just get help, right there. None of this is guesswork on our part. We read literature on good practice in student support, and we write ourselves about what has worked and what has not. But because if we ask our students to reflect honestly on their own practice, the least we can do is hold ourselves to the same standard. Most of what I've just described will never appear on a dashboard, working or otherwise. It meant to reach a student at the 11th at night when they are stuck, or on Tuesday afternoon when nobody else has asked how they are actually doing.
So, excellence, integrity, inclusion in a digital future. For us, that was never only about technology.
Though, for the record, our technology is usually rather good.
Usually.
The platforms, the workshops, even the dashboard when it behaves itself, they are just how three very busy people and one increasingly famous set of pipes make sure that nobody quietly falls through the gaps.
For us, what actually supports a student is a real person, checking in, answering queries, noticing the silence, making the extra time.
And if you want the number that tells you it works, a 99% pass rate for 2024 and 2025.
Not because the module is easy. Anyone who has read one of our student case studies know it is not.
But because behind every one of those students is a team. We as lecturers, supervisors, and placement organization together who decided quite deliberately that no one gets left behind, whatever it takes and whatever platform gets us there.
So thank you for having us.
And if you see three tired lecturers checking their phones later today,
that's not a habit, that's a job.
Thank you.
Thank you. We want to extend our sincere gratitude to the Director of the School of Human Sciences, Professor Nkosi, and our Head of the Department, Professor Mbetsi. Yes, we are talking to the two of you, for their support and confidence in our work and for making the participation in the Teaching and Learning Festival possible. Thank you very much.
Wow, 99% pass rate. I think they deserve another round of applause, please. Now this is the time where we invite the audience to pose questions to our team as they are seated here after having presented. The opportunity here arises for anyone who has a question or is seeking clarity. Here is an opportunity for you. And we have the roving mic that's going about. Anybody? Nobody. Thank you very much. Yes, possibly. Thank you very much. Then you may step off the stage as we welcome another. I must highlight that we had 2 nominations for the Excellent Award Student Support. So this was the first group that was presenting. Can I please request the second group, Ms. Malika Lipondo, Ms. Kiamokhetsi Mukhanedi, Prof. Tembeka Shange, and Dr. Vivian Tlatswayo to approach the stage, please. And a jingle there from the band, please. A light jingle.
Low. Only hate the road when you miss home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you miss home. Only know you love her when you let her go.
Wilmon said there's a laptop here.
And it goes over. You see when you fall asleep, never to touch and never to keep, cause you love it too much and you die too deep. Only know that you know. Missing home. When you let her go, oh, when you let her go, oh, when you let her go, oh, and you let her go,
Just press the bottom thing. You just press this one.
Is it the ones that I saved? Eh? They know. Oh. Take a dive out. Dive sad. Okay.
been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you go.
Why trouble?
High when you're feeling low. Only hate when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go.
It is not projecting. Okay.
Okay.
I'll change.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Sanbonani, I feel like saying, "Kute maniginiki, zindala zombili." Yeah. So our presentation will respond to the theme on student support. And as per title that you can all see on the slide, but then we came up with our own topic in line with what we were given, which goes as follows. We are trying to navigate student support through caring. NgesiZulu, ukunakekela kuyimpande yempumelelo. Translated into English, caring for one another is the foundation of support. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to share some snippets of our care intervention, which we will try to squeeze within the 15 minutes or so allocated for our presentation. And hopefully, by the end of the day, I would like to hear, or we would like to hear, care as a trending buzzword in the College of Human Sciences. So as you can see now, I'm gonna start setting the care space for all of us. You can see the ladies, the two very happy students who are enjoying the caring that we provide in our module. So this is how our presentation is gonna look. First of all, the introduction. I would like to present to you my fellow care enablers in the module ENG 1511, which is about English proficiency for university studies. And they are Ms. Mohanedi, Dr. Tlachwayo, and myself, Tembe Kashange. So I will quickly just talk through our teaching and learning philosophy. Then that will be followed by our student support approach. Then I will also just talk about the learning theories that are cushioning our approach to student support. And then we will then talk to the criteria for excellence in student support as we were given the task by the college, and then we will conclude. Oh, sorry. So in terms of the introduction and background to our presentation, we depart from the premise that learning itself is an emotional act, and I got that from Kahu 2013. We, the lecturers or academics who teach English, which is mostly a second, a third, a 10th language to most of our students, we felt that it is important that we add that affective touch to our teaching, hence our approach in terms of our care pedagogy. So we are 3 academics that have taught the module for the past 4 years. When we noticed that there was a very low uptake in terms of student engagement, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, during and post the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to think and plan as to how we were going to improve the student engagement. Because as we all know, student engagement is how we then make sure that our students interact with us, and through interaction, they are supposed to be learning. So we then registered a flagship ES project on student engagement Sorry, I just need water. With 4 females and 3 males. I'm not sure if the males are here. As you can see, it's only the ladies that are keeping the home fires burning. So the 6 members are from English Studies Department, and 1 other member, Miss Lipondo, is from the Psychology Department. And how she then joined our project was that I had mentored her when she was in the college mentorship program. So in this module, we are committed to a holistic student support approach, and that is because we are addressing the UNISA transformation and 2030 agenda to remain relevant to the changing higher education landscape. We are also guided by the UNISA mission and vision, which, as we all know, I'm sure we can all recite it. We are an African university in service of humanity. So we then undertook a longitudinal study when the COVID-19 pandemic destabilized the world, so that we would then come up with ways on how best we could then support our students during this emergency period. So these are some of these are the module outcomes. As you can see, I'm trying to save the time. So in terms of our teaching philosophy, as I said, that we are cushioned within our care pedagogy, but also then our student support approach is a holistic one, and we draw on the on Simpson, who explains student support in ODL as that which entails all activities beyond just the production and delivery of course materials that assist in the progress of students to succeed in their studies. But also, I still like the definition by Sanchez, Elvira, and Simpson, 2018, who also then view student support from a holistic approach. And they actually go on and say, this kind of an approach should be at the core of student support. So we have some examples from students just to perhaps paint a picture as to the students that we deal with. For instance, this particular student her comment, her email drew our attention in the sense that we could see that this is an adult family person, a woman, a wife, a mom, who was very depressed that she had gotten a 0% in the exams. And that was simply because of problems that she had encountered with technology, particularly the Invigilator app. And in our module then, from comments like this, we have been able to write research or conduct research and publish articles on these sorts of problems and issues that our students experience. So now I want to talk about the theoretical underpinning of our student support approach, and I'm just gonna touch here and there. The community of inquiry, we also then support this theory in the sense that we as academics understand that we have to maintain that social, cognitive, and what's the other one? And the teaching presence, yes, the 3 presences. So we do that through our presence on the LMS, on the module site, and we also go beyond just the LMS. We also use WhatsApp. We have a WhatsApp group for the students, and it doesn't only end there, but we also as colleagues have our own WhatsApp group. And when we had e-tutors and external examiners, we also had that community of practice, which was kept alive through the WhatsApp groups that we had. Okay, let me pass there. This is just an example of how our module site looks like. And as you can see, care in that module really trends. You will find it in the tutorial letter 101. You will find care when they write exams. Our welcome message has care. When at the point of entry, the buzzword they hear is just care, caring. And we teach them about the principles of care, which we also draw from theories like Noddings, Gilligan, and then locally we have people like Daniela Gajako and many others who are into care pedagogy. Okay. Then also, because we encourage our students to interact and to give each other support as peers, we also draw from Vygotsky's theory of socially mediated learning. And of course, the emphasis here is on learning as a social process, particularly in an English module, where Vygotsky maintains that individuals with less proficiency benefit from the strengths of their more capable peers, in that individuals with a higher level of proficiency will benefit from teaching other less capable peers. There is an example of how we encourage our students to interact and collaborate and give each other support as peers. And like I mentioned, this happens continuously from the point of entry until they exit the module, where we then also ask them to evaluate their experience of the module, and they do just that. Then pedagogies of care, I have mentioned that, but also, like I say, this was motivated by the COVID-19 pandemic, where there was no face-to-face teaching. So we had to come up then with another plan of engaging with our students. So through our student support endeavors, we seek to weave this web of care, which permeates through the UNISA ecosystem and ultimately influence the communities where the UNISA stakeholders, like the students and the staff, come from. So, okay, I'll go on to, I like this picture, which really symbolizes the kind of care that we provide for our students. And now, this slide will just show you the wonders of care in terms of the pass rate in our module. This module runs in the thousands. You know, the most, what? Did I say English studies? So in this, for instance, we've had this semester, we had just in excess of 2,000 students, and the pass rate for the first semester stands at 96%. And this module has been hovering in the 90s in terms of, and considering that this is a module that the students, you know, I mean, they don't speak English as their first language. And in fact, my colleague just reminded me that when we took our care to the regions in Durban, in KZN, you know, it was like the students were seeing sweets or something very sweet, because they do not have the luxury of having that contact, you know, direct contact with the lecturers. And the way they had been frustrated of repeating some of our modules. So for me, the 90% pass rate really feels very good, if I have to say it myself. And then we also are grounded within Afrocentrism and Ubuntu. And again, our student support approach is more of a non-Western way of supporting the students. I mean, we let the students thrive on this Ubuntu interconnectedness, and we don't thumbsuck this, but we get it from them. They tell us how they want to be treated. They enjoy this interaction on the module site. Okay, I think that's the end on my side, and I will hand over to my colleague. Yeah.
Apologies for barging in, but in the interest of time, I will give this team 3 more minutes. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, I will just to try to go as fast as I can. Good morning. We had to show the judges how our project fits into the 4 criteria that they had set out for us. The first one was sustained, continuous, and broad student support. For this criteria, it was governed, or rather set by, or guided rather, by the academic triangle. And with the academic triangle, comprised of teaching and learning, research, and engaged scholarship. With that, we were able to respond to the limited student interaction post-COVID-19 and throughout the years in the module. How did we do this? So, as you know, as lecturers, our job is to deliver content. But the difference in this module is that we are not only in the business of delivering the content, but we are in the business of focusing on the human being that receives this content. So that is why we decided to ground our teaching in the care pedagogy bracket. So, in terms of teaching and learning, now I'm addressing the triangle. In terms of teaching and learning, we were intentional on lecturer presence and ongoing academic guidance. In terms of research, we investigated the students' experiences of online learning, as well as the difficulties that they had with online learning. And we then used action research to understand their difficulties and continuously improve our practices. Through research as well, and the feedback and findings from students, we managed amongst ourselves to produce 6 journal articles with the findings that we got from the students. So we are also exceptionally proud of ourselves for this. Also in research, we are proud to say that through our module, Prof was able to lead us in getting a Women in Research grant for 3 years. And thank you. I myself this year, I'm also proud, as a junior lecturer, was able to get an NRF research grant for the student. So that is under the research aspect of the triangle. And under the Engaged Scholarship, we collaborated with our e-tutors, lecturers, and admin staff to ensure that the quality of education that we provide our students was exceptional. These 3 pillars are important in our module. Through research, we can inform our teaching practices, and through engaged scholarship, we can shape our research questions so that we have more impact with the interventions that we give to our students. So care is embedded in every aspect of our module. So, word on the street, I'm sure you all know, word on the street has it that English at UNISA, or rather learning English at UNISA, is the same, or is similar rather, to learning from Shakespeare himself. It's very difficult. You know, you have students who say, I have repeated a particular English module like 5 times, 7 times. I have not been able to graduate. And that really, colleagues, was what we thought, was what helped us to think what is or could be missing on the UNISA premises to help our students not have these stories of repeating a module 7 times. And that's where we were like, you know what, something that students don't get when they go to university is that feeling of belonging, is that feeling of a family, of saying, or you know what, someone cares about you. It's not about taking the modules and then getting your degree. It's about being welcomed into a family and knowing that, you know what, here is a different space, it's a different university, it's a different college, the College of Human Sciences. We care about the human more than we care about actually you receiving the content. And so immediately when a student enters our module, they are met with a word of welcome that tells them that we care about them. And from there, we let them know of the different ways that they can access us. Then, not only do we let them know of those different ways, I always say we are very fortunate enough that all three of us come from three different African language backgrounds. Prof. Shange is Zulu speaking, so it means she can understand students who speak Xhosa, isiZulu, and isiSwati. Dr. Hlatshwayo is Sitsonga, so to some extent, yes, she's Tsonga, but to some extent, she can help address the Tsonga speaking community as well as the Venda speaking community. And I am Pedi, but I can understand students who speak Sesotho, Setswana, and also Sepedi. With that information, colleagues, I'm proud to say that even when before we were encouraged to use our African languages in our virtual classes, we encourage the students to ask questions. If they cannot express themselves in English, we encourage them to ask questions in their mother tongue. And then we then translate that to other students so that they are able to understand. And also, the Afrikaans community, julle is veilig hoor. Ek kan 'n bietjie Afrikaans praat. So I stepped in for that Afrikaans. All right. Because of time, I am going to just close it off by saying that in the English module, we remove the distance in open distance learning. And we ensure that we are visible and present, especially to students who are entering the university space for the first time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't even know how to summarize everything within this short space of time. I'll be presenting criteria 3 and 4. Criterion 3 is about integrated support and development for support employees. We all know that we don't have e-tutors and external markers anymore. But before 2026, UNISA used the integrated approach to student support involving e-tutors and external markers. And we believe that whatever we did with the external markers and e-tutors is still relevant today. It is still relevant to our AAs and team members within modules. So regarding this, we conducted a pilot study just to understand the communication between the lecturers and e-tutors, since we believe that e-tutors were important within our module. The findings indicated that there was limited e-tutor training, poor communication between lecturers and e-tutors, non-aligned expectations, which hindered the delivery of the module. So based on that, we began the journey to intentionally foster the relationship between e-tutors and lecturers, even with the external markers. We opened lines of communications via email. We invited the e-tutors to our virtual classes. We created an e-tutor site for encouragement, sharing tips and challenges. Communication between e-tutors and the lecturers also improved as they shared students' queries with us. So it was also useful for us to evaluate the performance of the e-tutors to identify, I'm even forgetting to move the slides. Yes, so this is the intervention that I was talking about. So the outcome was stronger because at the end we were able to be partners and support each other. And then regarding external markers, we also undertook a study to check if our external markers understood the Invigilator app, how it worked. And almost all of them, except one marker, had never been almost all of them, except one marker, had never been exposed to either e-proctoring for the Invigilator app. They also expressed a need for more training. So to form a community of practice, we created WhatsApps for them. So I'm not going to repeat some of the things because I'm already challenged time-wise. So basically with the e-tutors and external markers, although we don't have them anymore as indicated, whatever we have done with them and the results that we discovered are still applicable within our modules, so we can still transfer most of the work that was done, even with the AAs, because even though we do have those trainings that they go to, it doesn't mean that it ends there. Even within the modules, we must continue, supporting them. So this will help us. So with criterion 4, it's more about motivation, inspiration of students to become independent scholars. This won't be long. So as the team here, we hold the view that Garrison's self-directed learning, which includes 3 dimensions: motivation, self-monitoring, and self-management, is useful in addressing how our approach in supporting students has inspired them to become responsible and independent citizens. On the other hand, we also get to know how to treat students through when they indicate their expectations, then you know what is it that they want, how they want to be treated. And as Prof has indicated, the care buzzword is there throughout. So in 2025, we conducted a pilot study on the non-submission of assignment 1. And the findings indicated that students failed because of late registration, and then some were just not familiar with my UNISA. And based on that, and we tried to provide support by giving them another opportunity to submit the assignment. And this is in line with the CHS transformation principle to increase student success and throughput rate and excellence. So we also created the care corner. So within our module site, there is a care corner where students can indicate if they're feeling down, so they're able to share whatever is about them. It doesn't have to be about the content or the module content. The learning activities that we design are also intentional. Like in assignment 1, we familiarize them with our LMS by pushing them to participate on the module site, and then from there, they have to use one of their participation, take a screenshot and include in the assignment, and then they get marks for that. In assignment 2 also, we included reflective writing, also to equip learners with critical solving skills. I think I should be done. Okay, the last one, we also reached out to the students who had been identified as at risk, created a dedicated site for them. We conducted virtual classes, thanks to Ms. Mokhanedi. Every Friday, she interacted with such students. So in conclusion, and thank you for allowing me to finish, as a team, we hold the view that inspiring students to become independent scholars means fostering curiosity, critical thinking, research skills, and confidence in self-directed learning. Prof, do you want me to close? Yeah, Prof was supposed to close, so as you can see, this is our closing slide. But thank you so much for allowing us to finish our presentation.
As they are picking, sorry about that, as they are clearing their laptop, I would like to say, Dr. Tlatswayo, I did not have a choice. Have you ever seen a Mosotho woman defending herself? Have you ever seen a Mosotho woman defending herself from umshangani nomzulu? Angifuni ukuyibona lento. Having said that, to Ms. Mukhanedi, al praji Africans, as the program traffic cops say, stop af, dan moet jy stop af. Thank you very much. Due to the time constraints, we are not going to have the Q&A at this point. We'll have it at the end. Thank you very much, colleagues. Please give them a round of applause as they exit the stage. Thank you very much. The category that we were dealing with was the Excellence Award Student Support, and we had two teams that had just presented. Now, we are going to make a few changes. According to the program, we were supposed to have the Q&A session at this point, but due to time constraint, we are going to run into the next category. So in essence, we are left with two categories. The Excellence Award Module Design, as well as the Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning. Unfortunately, the clip sent by Prof. Botusa Matahela, we are having a technical challenge in terms of playing it. However, rest assured that the adjudicators did look at the portfolio of evidence, so no foul play should be suspected for that. Now, having said that, may I humbly request Prof. Karin Prinsloo to come forward, please, and we give her a round of applause. Oh, again.
Everyone, Prof. Nakosia says she left. Program directors and colleagues and all protocols observed. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to have been nominated by my COD, Prof. Zuma, from the Department of Health Studies for this award. The module presented for this award is HMI 3703, Leadership in Health Service Management. It is designed for adult nurses who are already professional nurses and who are working and they, sorry, let me go then to the next slide. As I said, this was for professional nurses. Sure. Okay. The student profile, the students are mainly adults, professional nurses, working in a diverse and often demanding healthcare environments. Many work long and irregular hours, including 12-hour day shifts, night duty, and standard day shifts. They are therefore required to balance their studies with their work responsibilities, their family life, and other commitments. These realities directly influence the time and energy they have available for learning. And I aim to help my students engage with a module at times that suits their work schedules while still receiving sufficient guidance to progress confidently through the learning content. My teaching philosophy is grounded in the belief that nursing education should do more than transmit knowledge. It should develop a reflective, effective, ethical, self-directed, and critical thinking nurses who can lead effectively in complex healthcare environments. Students should not only understand leadership and management concepts and theories, but should be able to apply them in their own workplaces and communities to support safe, high-quality healthcare. My approach is informed by several theories. Moore's theory of independent study and transactional distance guides me to create a structured, supportive, and responsive online learning environment. This is reflected in the tutorial letter, the start here on my modules orientation section, and regular announcements and clearly structured study aid units. Knowles' adult learning theory suggests that students bring valuable professional experience to their learning. So I therefore use practice-based activities. For example, students engage with discussion questions such as whether they are acting as a leader or as a manager, and then they need to reflect on their leadership experiences in their own nursing practice. Constructivist and transformative learning are evident in the way students are encouraged to move beyond passive reading. They are engaged with videos, guided questions, discussions, forums, and workplace scenarios, and that require reflection, interpretation, and application. For example, I will provide a scenario and ask students to describe the actions that they would take as a leader or as a manager in this situation, and then they need to support their answer with the learning content, and so that it makes it applicable. Self-directed learning is supported through clear module navigation and structured lessons, regular communication, and opportunities for students to revisit the learning material. The short videos and lessons allow students to engage at their own pace and according to their work schedules. Universal design for learning is reflected in the use of different forms of representation and support. Students have access to written study material, structured online lessons, visual and audio resources, discussion forums, announcements, and assessment guidance. To reduce transactional distance, I created a structured, easy to navigate module who is supported by regular communication. The Start Here section, as shown on the slide, is available in all official languages that orientate students to the module by explaining where to find the learning material, how the study units are organized, what the assessment requirements are, and where support is available. The tutorial letter further clarifies expectations, learning outcomes, and assessment processes. At the beginning of each semester, I will conduct a MS team meeting as an orientation to the module with the students. The regular announcements help maintain a visible lecturer presence, and I use them to remind the students of important dates, clarify instructions, introduce learning activities share resources, and encourage steady progress. The MS Teams sessions provides opportunities for direct interaction, clarification, and assessment support. Because many students work shifts and cannot always attend these meetings, these meetings are recorded and shared via announcements for the students. These tools allow students to interact with the content, reflect on their workplace experience, and connect leadership theory with practice. The short videos were intentionally designed so that students can engage with key learning content while traveling or whenever they have a few minutes available. These short learning is like TikTok videos. It's not longer than 10 minutes. So that allows the students, when they have a bit of time, to watch this. Now, technology is also used to improve access and structure, flexibility, and engagement. It's not merely used to disguise the study guide, digitize the study guide, but to create a more accessible, interactive, and supportive learning experience. For each study unit in the study guide, I have created a lesson on my modules, and these lessons guide students through the content in a logical sequence. All the lessons also have YouTube videos that explain the theories for the students. These resources offer students an alternative way of engaging with complex content and allow them to revisit difficult concepts at their own pace. As I've said, I also created short learning videos using voice over PowerPoint presentations and Notebook LM. The short videos is focused on the practical application of leadership and management concepts and theories in students' workplaces, rather than repeating the study guide or the online lessons. They are intentionally brief so that students can view them while traveling, during breaks, or between work and family responsibilities. These videos are also shared through the announcement during this semester. Curriculum's responsiveness is important because students are adult professional nurses who are expected to apply leadership and management knowledge in real healthcare settings. The module therefore addresses leadership and management areas that are directly relevant to the nursing practice. Workplace relevance is central to the design, and the discussion forum, as shown on this slide, provides an example of how it is implemented. Rather than only reading about leadership theories, students are asked to reflect on their own workplace experience, respond to a practical leadership or management issue, and consider how the theories applies in the healthcare context. The discussion forum therefore creates an opportunity for students to connect theoretical knowledge with real challenge in nursing and health services management, while also learning from the experience and perspectives of their peers. This approach is supported by authentic learning theory, which emphasizes that students learn more meaningful when learning activities reflects the knowledge, how knowledge will be used in their practice. Assessments are designed not only to measure learning, but also to support learning, promote academic integrity, and ensure that students demonstrate the module outcomes at the appropriate NQF level. The assessment strategies include both formative and summative opportunities. Formative assessment consists of 2 online quizzes and 1 written assessment. Assessment guidance is done via MS Teams sessions before the assessment, and development feedback is also given after the assessment. The assessments are constructively aligned with the module outcomes and study guide. As this is a final year NQF level 7 module, questions are developed according to the Bloom's taxonomy with a stronger emphasis on application, analyzing and evaluation rather than on recall only. The online question pools are structured according to Bloom's taxonomy levels and use a 1:3 ratio for randomization. And this is to reduce predictability and strengthen the assessment integrity. Innovation is further reflected in the responsible use of artificial intelligence as a supportive tool during assessment design. AI was used to help generate and refine the application-based questions. These questions were then reviewed and finalized by me to ensure the academic relevance, alignment, and appropriate Bloom's level. The quiz feedback as shown on the slide also provide an example of assessment for learning. Students do not only receive the answer as incorrect or correct, they also receive an explanation that helps them to understand the concept and identify the gaps in their knowledge. The module is designed not only to support student success, but to strengthen leadership where it matters most, in the delivery of safe, responsive, and high-quality patient care. It prepares reflective, ethical, and self-directed nurse leaders who can apply leadership knowledge to improve healthcare practice. Thank you.
Can we please give Prof. Prinsloo a round of applause again for her presentation? Thank you very much. The next category is for Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning, and the nominee is Dr. Kyle Bester. As he comes, can we give him a round of applause? All right.
Consists just before the lunchtime session. And it's a festival. We should be jolly, happy, you know? So allow me to greet you in Afrikaans. Away massacres. Good job. So, so for those who don't know, this is a Cape Town greeting to say, hello everyone. So good afternoon, colleagues, members of the adjudication panel, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Kyle Bester from the Department of Psychology. So when I first accepted the responsibility for quality assurance in my department, I didn't really realize what I was embarking on. And it was a journey that fundamentally changed how I think about teaching and learning. So what began as an attempt to solve departmental quality assurance challenges evolved into an Ubuntu-informed, digitally enabled framework for transforming quality assurance as an enabler of teaching excellence. Now, the theme of this year's festival invites us to reimagine teaching and learning. I would argue that one cannot reimagine teaching without also reimagining the systems that assure and continuously improve its quality. Now, I start off my journey with a quote of by Gustavo Fring, for those who don't know, Gus Fring from Better Call Saul. And he says, if you have a problem and there's a solution, it can be fixed. If there is a problem and there's no solution, then it simply forms part of your reality. Now, I could not simply let quality assurance or the challenge of quality assurance at a departmental level and the notions of fragmentation and the policy practice gap become an ongoing reality. So my journey began in 2020 when I joined the Department of Quality Assurance Structures as a QA representative. Now, at this particular stage, there was no departmental quality assurance committee, no governance framework, no terms of reference, no standard operating procedure, but also no strategic direction in terms of guiding quality assurance activities. Now, processes were largely reactive, but also dependent on individual actors instead of quality assurance systems. Now, during my secondment as acting head of quality assurance within the College of Human Sciences in 2025, small couple of days, I gained institution-wide perspective on the quality assurance practices that we employ. Now, this experience highlighted both good practices, but also the inconsistencies across the various departments. So when I returned to the Department of Psychology after my brief stint as acting head, I recognized the opportunity to establish a sustainable quality assurance ecosystem that would support teaching and learning through governance, collaboration, but also digital innovation. So how do we transform compliance into a culture or a culture of quality? Now, though quality assurance activities occur at different stages, the process was largely fragmented and lacked an overarching governance structure. Now, there were multiple handovers, limited documentation, inconsistent communication, and very little evidence management. Now, as a result, quality assurance often became a reactive exercise, particularly during audits or program reviews. Now, my objective was simply not to improve an existing quality assurance process, but rather to redesign it into an integrative system that promotes continuous quality enhancement rather than sporadic and episodic compliance. Now, as I reflected on these particular challenges that we faced, I realized that departmental quality assurance was not simply a departmental issue or challenge. It directly influenced how the University of South Africa's broad ambition, which leads to transforming teaching, learning, but also curriculum design. Now, if quality assurance reimagined fragments our ability to support student success, curriculum responsiveness, but also institutional transformation would then remain equally fragmented. So my philosophy is largely based on the idea of students flourish when systems surrounding teaching are coherent, collaborative, but also quality assured. So why the Ubuntu-informed framework? Now, Ubuntu was intentionally chosen not just because it embodies an African philosophy, but also because it aligns with the aspirations of Agenda 2063, which speaks for an Africa that prioritizes people-centered development and which is basically guided by African values, which promotes inclusive governance and fosters knowledge production. Now, instead of relying on imported managerial quality assurance systems such as the Total Quality Assurance Management Tool and the ISO 9001, this particular framework that I designed illustrates how African philosophies can also influence educational leadership in African institutions. Now, the DAQAE framework, Departmental Academic Quality Assurance and Enhancement Framework, it represents the conceptual heart of my portfolio. Now, at its core, Ubuntu symbolizes shared commitment, collaboration, but also a collective ownership. And the surrounding elements of this are interconnected, to the larger quality assurance processes that engages academics, reviewers, and leadership in continuous dialogue, but also improvement. So rather than viewing quality assurance as the responsibility of a single individual or individual actor, the framework distributes accountability across the department while still integrating governance, evidence generation, but also continuous enhancement. Now, the DAQAE framework therefore transforms quality assurance into a participatory developmental process, but also strengthens teaching, learning, and institutional culture. Now, the conceptual contribution of the Ubuntu-informed quality assurance framework has progressed beyond departmental implementation. Now, it is currently being developed into a peer-reviewed scholarly publication, which contributes to the scholarship of teaching and learning through an African-centered model of quality enhancement. But moreover, the framework also aligns with the Council on Higher Education's quality assurance framework by moving beyond compliance towards a continuous quality enhancement process, which also is based on evidence-informed decision-making and the development of an institutional quality culture. I've also created the 5 pillars of departmental quality assurance, and this comes down to the thing of what did I actually create to be nominated for this particular category. Now, to operationalize this framework, I developed the Department of Psychology's first 3-year strategic roadmap built around 5 key strategic pillars. Now, the first pillar embeds quality assurance within teaching, learning, supervision, but also research. The second pillar distributes responsibility across program teams or module teams, rather than concentrating on a specific entity or individual actor. The third pillar introduces technological integration through the quality assurance dashboard, which I also designed. The fourth principle or pillar promotes evidence-informed decision-making using measurable indicators and needs analyses. Finally, the fifth pillar ensures sustainability through governance documentation, including the terms of reference and standard operating procedure. Now, together, these pillars transformed quality assurance from a reactive function and into a departmental priority. So that's the dashboard that I designed, and I won't take you through the technical aspects. We can always engage afterwards. So one of the most innovative aspects or innovative initiatives within this particular portfolio was the development of the quality assurance dashboard. Now, the platform supports workflow management across 4 stages of review. It also facilitates document management, records reviewer feedback, and creates a comprehensive evidence repositories for audits, but also program reviews. Now, the dashboard promotes transparency, accountability, but also real-time monitoring while still reducing the administrative burden faced by our support staff in the department. Importantly, the dashboard aligns with UNISA's strategic emphasis on digital transformation and demonstrates how technology can actually support teaching and learning through the enhanced quality assurance process. So that's my governance, my TOR, and the standard operating procedure. Now, sustainable transformation requires the idea of governance. Consequently, these governance initiatives which are created contributes to Pillar 5, which speaks to the establishment of a formal departmental quality assurance committee with a formal governance structure that has attainable goals. Furthermore, I also developed the Department of Psychology's first terms of reference and authored a standing operating procedure to guide all quality assurance activities. Now, these documents clearly define the roles, responsibilities, and workflows, which ensures continuity, accountability, but also fosters institutional memory. Importantly, this documentation or governance ensures that quality assurance is no longer just dependent on an individual actor, but rather it is embedded within departmental practice. And this is where the fun part is the integrated model. Now, I hope everyone can see it. So the model illustrates the journey of the departmental academic quality assurance framework or enhancement framework, which is informed by Ubuntu. And it's an initiative that addresses local departmental challenges, to contributing to broader institutional transformation at the institution. Now, the house metaphor that I designed was deliberately chosen because it reflects the philosophy of Ubuntu, which holds that sustainable communities are built on strong foundations. It has shared responsibility, and there is collective support. Now, in the same way, sustainable quality assurance cannot be achieved through just isolated interventions, but rather through an integrated system in which every component supports each other. Now, the foundation of the model represents the challenges that existed within the Department of Psychology when I assumed the quality assurance portfolio. Now, these included the absence of formal governance structures, no strategic roadmap, fragmented communication, inconsistent practices, and a largely reactive approach to quality assurance. Now, building on this foundation, I developed the department's strategic quality assurance roadmap, which you saw earlier. Now, these particular pillars that I indicated previously provide a strategic direction and embed quality assurance into the department's core functions. Now, to ensure sustainability in this model, the vision was translated into the idea of governance through the envisioned creation of the department's Quality Assurance Committee. And this was supported by the governance documentation that you saw a couple of minutes ago. Now, these structures formalize the idea of accountability, clarified responsibilities, and ensure that quality assurance became embedded within department strategic functions. The next layer of the model speaks to the digital quality assurance dashboard, which operationalizes the framework by enabling proper workflow management, evidence tracking of documentation, especially where there's repositories, and ensures that there's a level of audit readiness. Now, technology, therefore, becomes an enabler of transparency, collaboration, and evidence-informed decision-making, instead of just being an administrative tool. Now, at the core of the model is the Ubuntu in-frame DAQA framework, which binds all of these elements together. Now, it positions quality assurance as a collaborative, but also relational practice that is founded on shared accountability, mutual respect, and continuous improvement. This ensures that governance, technology, but also operational processes continue to function as a coherent quality enhancement ecosystem. Chair, am I still on time? Please. So the model illustrates how, in terms of impact, the model illustrates how departmental innovation contributes to a broader idea of institutional transformation. Now, foundational challenges informed by the development of a strategic roadmap, governance structures, digital technologies, but also the Ubuntu-informed framework. Together, these components create a coherent quality assurance ecosystem that not only supports curriculum transformation, but also institutional governance, digital innovation, and continuous improvement. Now, the model demonstrates that departmental initiatives can generate impact well beyond its context and contribute meaningfully to UNISA's strategic priorities. In terms of my contribution, it wasn't just simply to improve quality assurance, it was to transform quality assurance as an enabler of teaching excellence. Now, my final reflection, so this journey has fundamentally changed my understanding of quality assurance. I no longer see it as a compliance-driven exercise or administrative obligation. Instead, I view quality assurance as an educational practice that creates the conditions for excellent teaching, but also meaningful student learning. Now, the most significant lesson has been that sustainable transformation requires the idea of shared ownership, collaborative leadership, and a commitment to continuous improvement. Ultimately, quality assurance is about the people before the processes. So quality assurance initiatives directly contributes to UNISA's strategic focus area 4, which seeks to accelerate transformation of governance, curriculum, and research within the student experience. So while my work originated within one particular department, its principles align with the university's vision of embedding transformation through governance, digitally enabled teaching and learning, and continuous quality enhancement. In conclusion, my journey taught me that quality assurance is not about just the documentation. It is also about the people. It is about creating the institutional conditions in which academics can teach with confidence. Students can learn with purpose. And quality then becomes a shared responsibility rather than an administrative obligation. Ultimately, quality assurance is not something we do, it is something that we become. And I end with Umuntu, Hungumuntu, Ngabantu. Thank you.
During my youth, I thought Brenda Fassie was, she was the person, the celebrity, the singer of the year in the 80s. And I thought she's the one who came up with the words, Umuntu ngumuntu gabantu. So, but she took it from our important cultural heritage. Thank you so much. I have requested Dr. Kyle and Dr. Prinsloo, Prof. Prinsloo, to stay on put, and I'm humbly going to request Dr. Tlatswayo and Prof. Shange to approach the podium, please, because we are going to have a Q&A session together. Also, while we are having the Q&A session, we are going to request the ICT, the media people, to please play the clip. They have managed to unlock the glitch, so they are going to play the clip of Prof. Batusa Matahela in the background, in all fairness, so that we can bear testimony that indeed it was received and it was flighted. And after this Q&A session, then we will be moving ahead. Please approach Prof. Shange and Dr. Tlatswayo. So after the Q&A session, we are going to go to the adjudicators. So as they approach, 3 seats, yes, all 3 seats will be here. Can we give them a round of applause in the meantime, please? So at this point, in the beginning of this session, I mentioned that I mentioned the 4 categories. We have the adjudicators, we have the managers, executive managers, we have the nominees and the guests. And we said the guests are the cheerleaders. So cheerleaders, as our guests, do you have questions? Please ask your questions or comment to the presentations that were done by our nominees. I would like to believe that we have a roving mic somewhere here. Can we have an indication of a raised hand where there's a question or a comment? It's going once. Ms. Khadebe, is that a hand? Thank you, it's going twice. Comments, questions for our nominees? Or must I ask and rephrase? Cheerleaders, were you listening? Or has it been a long hand? Okay, the mic. Program director. Oh, here, at this table over here. Can you meet us halfway, please, in the meantime? Can we meet halfway so that we don't waste any more time? I know the tummies are grumbling at this point. Yeah, at the table over there. And please be to the point, be brief. Go ahead, the mic will get you there. Excuse me, can you perhaps come this side? And I would like to believe that the cheerleaders were listening because we are going to give away two presents or 2 gifts, surprise gifts to the questions.
Afternoon, colleagues. So my question goes to Ms. Malika Lupondo and her colleagues actually. So it's basically, I got interested into the findings that you've presented, but I've noted that they are mostly about technical, also touching based on the feedback that you got from the respondents, which are students. But I wanted to ask, didn't you find anything or any possible implications of AI, considering that the work that you've done, the one that you said it has been over 4 years now, it was more pushed by the change to online, the COVID-19 process, whereby we were pushed to work online. Didn't you find any possible linkages or implications in your studies? That's what I wanted to know, actually. Implications, yes, from the participations. AI in your students responding using AI, and if you did, how did you address such concerns? Because I believe that most of us in the academic space at the current time and moment, we are battling with the use of AI from the students and other participants, basically. Thank you so much.
We don't approach it from a punitive perspective, but instead we provide support as to how best the students can use AI in a responsible manner. We don't mark them down because of AI. These are first years who are new to university. They are still new to learning English online. So we consider those. But then how we support them is also to make them reflect on, for instance, the integrity course that they have to do when they register at UNISA. And then as we go along during our teaching, we then make them aware as to how best they can then use AI. We don't discourage, we encourage, but in a responsible manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that prompt answer. Cheerleaders, any other person with a question? In the absence of such, may we humbly request Prof. Jali and Prof. Madise to approach the podium, so that we can, FIFA is still running here. No. Can they approach the podium so that we can do the handing over of the gifts? And we shall take the cue from them. Yeah. We're not paying. We're not paying. Yes. Lovely wedding song. I hope guys are looking at girls. We need to play this at some other place. We are now at the at the point where we are going to hand over the gifts for participation in the Excellence Awards. Prof. Kalitz and Dr. Masombuka and Prof. Adlem. I hadn't called you yet. I was going to call you. Can you please sit just over there for now, and then I'll call you after this round that we're having now. So, for this category, we are giving the gifts to the Excellent Award Student Support, Miss Malika Lipondo, Kiamogetsu Mukhanedi, Prof. Tembeka Shange, and Vivian Tlatswayo from English Studies. If you are like me, you cannot ululate, you can always whistle, or the gentleman can go, oh, lo, 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 lo. Say excellence. Thank you very much and well done to the team. The next one, the next nominee to get a gift and the award is Prof. Karin Prinsloo. We understand that coming up until this point, it was not an easy journey. It was uphill and blood and sweat. Excellence for the camera. Thank you very much and congratulations. The next nominee to receive his is Dr. Kyle Bester. The gentleman, may you please, in support of the gentlemanly Dr. Kyle Bester, go. Thank you very much. Now we go to the first group that was that came to present, Prof. Kalitz, Dr. Masombuka, and Prof. Adlem. May you please approach the stage. Thank you very much for your participation as well. Excellent. Thank you very much, colleagues. Kwaya, can you notch it up for a second? Thank you very much. We wanted that double trumpet. Is it called a trumpet? Saxophone for our adjudicator who's representing the entire team. Prof. Sanjana Singh is going to tell us how the adjudication process unfolded. Over to you, Prof.
Sanbonani. Impressed? Goedemiddag, namaste, and good day to all of you. Allow me to acknowledge our distinguished guests and leaders present today, Prof. Nkosi, who has exited, Prof. Madisa, Prof. Charlie, Prof. Shlamagane, okay, Professor Govenden, Ms. Khadebe, who has also left, Mr. Khetsa, Dr. Makwane, and Mr. Africa. Thank you so much. Our esteemed nominees, colleagues, and students. I am deeply honored to stand before you today and to join you in celebrating excellence, dedication, and achievement within our academic community. I've been asked to provide a very brief overview of the adjudication process. So to ensure a fair, transparent, and rigorous evaluation process, a training session facilitated by Dr. Govender was held on 12 June. During this session, we were provided with detailed rubrics and guidelines for each award category to ensure a consistent approach across all submissions. A key principle throughout the process was confidentiality. Adjudicators were required to treat all portfolio information, scores, discussions, and outcomes as strictly confidential. Portfolios were assessed using a standardized 4-point grading system ranging from poor to exceptional based on the evidence provided against each criterion. Candidates were required to achieve a minimum overall score of 60% to progress to the next round. The guidelines emphasized that assessments had to be based solely on the evidence presented in the portfolio. Adjudicators were expected to apply the criteria consistently to avoid assumptions based on prior knowledge of candidates and provide constructive, evidence-based feedback for every submission. In addition to evaluating the activities described in the portfolios, adjudicators considered the quality, innovation, sustainability, and impact of the work of teaching and learning. Strengths and areas of improvement were also identified to support a culture of continuous improvement and excellence. Another important aspect to the process was the declaration of conflicts of interest. Adjudicators were required to recuse themselves from any assessment where their objectivity could be reasonably questioned. In my own case, I am from the Department of English Studies, so I recused myself from adjudicating excellence in student support because one of the nominees was from my department. Finally, all adjudicators were reminded of their responsibility to uphold academic integrity. Any concerns relating to plagiarism, fabricated evidence, or misrepresentation were to be documented and referred for further investigation. So in summary, the adjudication process was guided by clear criteria, consistent standards, professional judgment, and a commitment to fairness, integrity, and excellence. These measures ensure that all submissions were assessed objectively and that the award process maintained its credibility and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you remember Zolabad was a sprinter back then, and the taxi industry also named one of the taxis Zolabad. So you saw me that I could compete with Zolabad, former Zolabad there. Thank you very much, Prof, for the adjudication process that unfolded, that was transparent, fair, and just. Nominees, are you ready? I don't think you are ready. Nominees, are you ready? The band, can you hype us up towards this point? Wow, did you just take us to church? Modimo wa dikgutsa. Did you just take us to church? Wonderful, wonderful. Before we announce the winners, as we indicated, Prof. Dr. Sanjana Singh, here at English Studies, UNISA, was one of the adjudicators. The other adjudicator was Prof. Funzo Sidogi at TUT, and Prof. Lebu Mudau here at UNISA, Sedu. My heart is palpitating. Is it palpitating? Yes, it's going boom, boom, boom. Yes. Prof. Singh, can you please approach? Okay. It's fine. Yeah. No, no.
And the winner for Excellence Award in Student Support, it's Prof. Kalitz, Dr. Mazambuka, and Prof. Adlam. Thank you. Okay, and I am proud to present the fact that they are also the proud winners, and they will share in 50,000 Rand.
The band, can you play that song? It can be Macy, Blay, and Hazy. Wie is gelijk met die 50.000 rand. We are taking precautions because we know there are camouflage scammers in here. So we'll do the EFT for the money, don't worry. Nominees again. The second winner is going to be announced again by Prof. Singh.
And the winner for Excellence for Scholarship in Teaching and Learning is Prof. Matahela. I think he's in his absence. In absentia.
Unfortunately, Prof. Botusa Matahela is unfortunately not with us today. So shall we call Prof. Samangani to come and stand for him? And shall we have a nice vibey song, Matahela? Is she Tsonga? Something along the Tsonga line? That's ready. Just
Can I run away?
That one, this thing is not going, and this thing is not going. This thing is not going.
Thank you very much to everyone who participated, the nominees, the adjudicators, the cheerleaders, the wonderful band. At this point, I would like to call upon my co-program director for 3 minutes to give a reflection. And afterwards, it will be Prof. Madise to do the vote of thanks.
Dumelang bakgetho. Let's start again. Dumelang. Le kae? Re teng. So I will take less than 3 minutes because I think today is not my day. Now I was just here as a servant. Look, to start with, let us take a step back and think institutionally about what we are doing here. It is the Office of Quality Assurance that is doing this. Now, David Graeber wrote a wonderful book, which I believe, we will live with for some time, called Bullshit Jobs. Now, the thing about Office of Quality Assurance is that it very easily can fall into being a bullshit job. But the thing is, instead of it being a set of box-ticking exercises, we actually have a leader in this office. Can we just give a hand to Prof. Hlabangan? Please, can we please just give a hand to Prof. Hlabangan? And I'm saying this both having participated in 3 capacities. This is the 3rd capacity that I'm participating in. I've been here as a nominee myself. I've been here as a respondent, and this year I'm here as a program director. And I want to express my appreciation for the fact that a part of the institution that had the potential to be soul-destroying actually gives us life. It sees us as academics, and it acknowledges the fact that there is work that we are trying to do in order to improve the quality of the teaching and learning and research that is happening in this institution. And with those words, I would like to say, thank you all for attending, because your presence here gives recognition to the fact that it is important work that we are doing. Can we all give ourselves a hand? With those words, I would like to call Prof.
I nearly committed an offense, and I forgot that we have to thank our adjudicators. Now, as I had indicated, there are 3 adjudicators, Prof. Sarajana Singh, my paper is not here, and the other 2 professors. So Prof. Hlabangwani is going to hand over the gifts over. Thank you so much. And then that will be followed by Prof. Mike.
Thank you so much, colleagues. It has been both very serious business and I hope also lighthearted business. We are the College of Human Sciences, and gifting one way or the other is what we do best. Of course, the work of adjudication, as it was recounted, it is very serious work. Unfortunately, not everyone upon adjudication would have met the threshold, the muster that the university has put for our use. But I do hope that the work will continue and that we will see those publications, colleagues. At this point, I'm being asked to really show gratitude for the work that the adjudicators did. Dr. Sanjana, Prof. Sitogi, TUT, as well as Prof. Modao do also have gifts from us. So Dr. Sanjana is here already. Public. And the other gifts will make their way to the recipients. But colleagues, without the program directors who would have been helter and skelter, they took this assignment very seriously. You saw them dressed resplendent in the Basotho tradition. I remember that these are my people, my great, great, great people come from these people. And sometimes I can't do the Basotho thing. But thank you very much, Crow. So you didn't take everything. Thank you so much, program directors. Accordingly, we also have gifts for you. Please come and maybe let's have a photo opportunity as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So can now. Go go on, oh,
This is now the time for Prof. Madise to do the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dumelang bagaetsho. Sanibonani. Yeah, earlier on, Mr. Africa was talking about Setswana saying when you greet, you also ask "Letsohile yang, o sa le kae?" Well, something that he actually, I think, misinterpreted was the concept of lekai to mean where are you. In fact, that's not what it means when you respond. When you respond, you don't say "Ke teng," you just simply say "Ke tlotse." Because you woke up earlier in the morning, the whole day you've been there, then that's how you respond, "Ke tlotse." That's in Setswana. And if you want to know about how a person slept, you just simply ask "Le robetse yang?" So I'll still have to teach you some of these things, especially in Setswana. The other one is the attire you are wearing. You said you are motlapi, and I just could not understand. Putting on a Sesotho attire, being a motlapi, batlhapi ba siya ko kae? Okay, but that's not the point that I'm here. I'm just simply here to pass a vote of thanks to our participants. And I know that I'm standing between you and food, but let me just quickly run through the vote of thanks. I just want to thank the two program directors, that will be Dr. Mukwani as well as Mr. Africa, for effectively guiding the program and ensuring that you remain engaged throughout the proceedings. Let me also express my heartfelt gratitude, especially to Professor Hlabangani, who provided a very insightful overview. Additionally, I want to extend my thanks to the dedicated team that collaborates with her. And in this, I'm including people such as Mr. Wilmot Herze, Ms. Tabisile Skosana, as well as Patrick, who have played a very, very crucial role of organizing the Teaching and Learning Festival for 2026, and especially in the College of Human Sciences. Their hard work and commitment has been instrumental in bringing this event to life, and I truly appreciate their efforts in making it a success. To our keynote speaker, Professor Pranolia Govenden, it was actually very interesting for me to meet with you. I've never met you before, but quite interesting that you and Professor Jali were together in the same institution. And I guess that has brought some good memories of the days when you were students. I would like to really thank you for delivering a compelling address, which is titled Towards Indigenous Humanistic Futures in Artificial Intelligence, Exploring the Coexistence of Decolonial Pedagogy, Ubuntu Pedagogy, and Freire's 1971 Pedagogy of Love. I would be remiss not to express my gratitude to the respondent, Ms. Zandile Khadebe, for her insightful response to the keynote address and demonstrating how academics engage with one another through scholarly discourse. Thank you for that, Ms. Zandile. I don't see her here. Oh, there she is right at the back. I cannot help but rave about the incredible performances by the band. I believe your name is called Friends Band. Session Friends Band. Yes. The renditions were just simply wonderful and truly capturing, or captivating rather. To the nominees of the TNL Festival 2026, you have all expressed yourselves exceptionally well. Although this is a competition, it is important for you to recognize that none of you is a loser. For those advancing to the next stage of TNL, I encourage you to reflect on both what you might have to improve on or upon and what you did well. This means you will now have to face a new challenge in the upcoming round against participants from other colleges within the university. To the audience, you have been a wonderful audience, and I want to thank you for your support. And I hope this also encourages some of you who have been observing the proceedings to prepare and to participate in the TNL Festival 2027. I hope we'll be seeing new faces participating. To the adjudicators, I understand that this was not an easy task for you to evaluate such a high-level competition with all the participants performing exceptionally well. Each of them has prepared thoroughly, making it a challenge for you to decide which presentation stands out. Your efforts and careful consideration are greatly appreciated. At the end, I want to say it was a wonderful session that we had today, and I would like to thank every one of you, from the organizers, people who also prepared the hall for us, those that have prepared the food, and to everyone else. With these few words, let me just simply say thank you. Le kamoso, re leboga go menagane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Labangwani, will you kindly escort the esteemed guests to the indulgence site, and everyone else shall then follow. Lunch is served. Thank you. You've been a great audience. Thank you.